virtual procedure, different from the battling through snowstorms and floods that we had with the old physical procedure. But we'll get back to the delights of that in due course. Right, if everybody is here and can hear me, hello and welcome to this second day of the Clauchrie wind farm inquiry. Yesterday we dealt with the wildland aspects of landscape and visual impact, and today we are discussing the impact of aviation lighting. As I indicated yesterday, I'm expecting to hear from 6 witnesses on this subject, and we'll try and get through you all today, but we may need to stray into Wednesday. So we better have a check that all the parties are here and their technology is working. Mr. Thompson, I can see you. Are all your witnesses present?
If you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you now.
No, I can't hear him.
Technical difficulties earlier on.
No. You're coming in and out, I'm afraid.
I think it should be better now. Is it more reliable now?
Yes, I heard your last sentence. Yes.
Oh, good. Yes, well, I'm here with today's 3 witnesses, Mr. Welsh, Mr. Van Hoogstraten, and Anne Mackenzie.
Good, thank you. And Ms. Jack, I take it you're leading the council and H. Scott again today.
I think Mr. Campbell is going to be asking some questions, and I might have a couple of questions as well for Mr. Welsh. I see Mr. Campbell raising his hand there. We do have Miss Anderson giving evidence this morning. Just to raise at this stage, and it may be that Ms. Akbar has let you know already, but there's been some discussion between the witnesses about, between the parties about the order for taking the witnesses this morning, with a suggestion that we might slot Ms. Anderson in directly after Mr. Welsh, and that would allow her then to be freed up. That would take the evidence in relation to landscape effects from Mr. Welsh and Ms. Anderson, which I think are a particular grouping together, and then the more technical evidence that would be heard from the other witnesses. Other parties can make their views known, but I don't think anybody has a difficulty from the party's perspective. It's obviously a matter for you, sir, as to what you would like to do.
That would seem to make a lot of sense to me. Mr. Campbell?
So thank you. We don't field a witness on this topic, of course, but I have a couple of questions only for Mr. Welsh, based upon his precognition. I beg your pardon, yes, on his precognition, on a passage in his precognition. So that might take 5 minutes, if that. Perhaps I could go at an appropriate time. It doesn't matter to me when, because I will be here all day.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Brown, just to check that you can hear us and we can hear you, and your witnesses are all present and correct. And also, are you happy to deal with Ms. Anderson after Mr. Welsh and then move on to the other matters?
Yes. Good morning, sir. Taking matters in the order, our witnesses will be joining remotely, but they are on standby for all of today, and they're watching proceedings at the moment, so we'll bring them in when required. So far as Ms. Anderson being interposed this morning, that is not a difficulty for the airport. I believe it makes sense to hear all of the evidence on the visual effects of the lighting, and having done that, then move on to the technical and regulatory aspects of the lighting.
Good, then we'll proceed on that basis. Ms. Spence, I see you're here. Are you intending to ask any questions of any of the witnesses today, or are you just observing?
I'm mostly observing. I'll probably have to go away for an hour or so. But I do have some concerns. about maintenance lighting, which is, you know, I would imagine better heard alongside navigation lighting, although the two are not directly connected.
Fine. Well, I'll certainly invite you to ask any questions at the appropriate time as we go along. That's no problem.
Thank you.
Good. So can I remind you, please, to mute yourselves while you're not speaking, and to turn your videos off when not participating. Sorry, Mr. Thompson, you've got your hand up.
Yes, sir. About Ms. Spencer's point, we had noticed her concern about nighttime working lighting, and we had proposed to deal with that in the landscape and visual session, the third session, because it's not really an aviation lighting issue. It seemed to us that it might be more convenient for her as well if it was dealt with in that third session.
I have, if that's the expert opinion of your witnesses, that's the appropriate time to hear it, then that's fine by me. Ms. Spence, are you happy to hold over your questions about the maintenance lighting till later in the week?
Yes, I was not clear when it would be held, which is why I'm here today. Otherwise, I had hoped to get some of my own work done and not be here during this particular session.
Well, that sounds more convenient then for everybody. Yeah.
So I'll be required tomorrow then.
Well, I think we've still got to hear your recognition, which will, I imagine, most likely be on Thursday. But yes, I think if you could attend tomorrow and on Thursday, and then perhaps you don't need to attend today unless you want to.
Thank you. That would be fine.
Thank you. So going back to my introduction, I won't repeat all the announcements I made yesterday regarding such matters as the webcasting of procedures, COVID restrictions, and the inquiry timetable and process, but all that can be viewed on the DPA webcasting site by referring to the webcast of yesterday. Are there any further procedural points that anyone wishes to make at this stage? If not, then if I could ask Mr. Thompson to lead his first witness, please.
Thank you, sir. My first witness this morning is Mr. Welsh again. Mr. Welsh, do you have, I hope, your precognition in front of you? I think we can take as read your first paragraph. I think indeed I could ask you simply to begin reading a paragraph at section 3 of the section on aviation lighting.
Thank you. Good morning. Aviation lighting matters. I have reviewed South Ayrshire Council's and Nature Scott's joint evidence on nighttime lighting effects as set out in Carol Anderson's inquiry report NS9. I take issue with Ms. Anderson's assessment in paragraph 414 of NS9, where she indicates that, I quote, visible aviation lighting of wind turbines is not just a matter of visual concern, as it can also affect the appreciation of the character of a landscape, end quote. I do not agree that the lighting effects at night are a landscape character concern, and I draw support for this opinion from the reporter's conclusions and Scottish Minister's decision concerning a consenting Crystal Rig 4 wind farm, APP 1.8, where in paragraph 4.141, the reporters conclude, I quote, it can be seen from the summaries of evidence above that the parties differ as to whether the proposed aviation lighting would be a visual impact alone. We consider that without being able to see and fully appreciate the features of the landscape and the composition of views, it is not possible to carry out a meaningful landscape character assessment. Neither do we accept the notion, as suggested by East Lothian Council, that a memory of a familiar view should be taken into account in an assessment of landscape impact. On this matter, we find that the proposed lighting is indeed a visual concern, as the applicant asserts." End quote. I consider that the most important matter for the reporter to be aware of in relation to visible aviation lighting in relation to Clauchrie Wind Farm is that the applicant, SAC and NatureScot are agreed that the implementation of a transponder activated lighting TAL solution would avoid significant adverse visual effects on the Merrick wildland area at night, the Galloway Dark Sky Park, and on nighttime views from other parts of the study area. And I quote there NS9 paragraph 4.17 and both statements of agreed matters. The applicant has committed to a TAL scheme capable of being secured by way of a Section 36 condition.
We need to get your conclusion again. I wonder if I could answer just one final thing, and that's about paragraph 3.3, Carol Anderson's precognition. What do you take from that paragraph?
While there are differences between us as to the assessment of the severity and perception of visible aviation lights from the Merrick wildland area, assuming they are switched on, my understanding is that there is no issue between us as to the effectiveness of an aircraft detection lighting system, an ADLS, in mitigating the significant visual effects to a not significant level. In summary, provided that an ADSL is installed at Clauchrie, no significant effects would arise at night time, and on that basis, the visual effects of aviation lighting are a non-issue for this inquiry in my professional judgment.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, I think you said you had at least one question.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Welsh. Good morning, Mr. Welsh.
Good morning, Mr. Campbell. Can you hear me?
I just wanted to check that you could hear me, and I can indeed
Yes.
hear you.
Good.
Of course, I've read a little bit of feedback. I don't know where it's coming from. I read chapter 3 of your precognition. The development of transponder activated lighting is still a work in progress. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that it is a technical solution that is used widely in other parts of Europe, but that its application here is dependent on a change in or a new CAA policy, on which evidence will be led by my colleagues here at Scottish Power in the technical session of today's evidence.
In other words,
I understand it's a perfectly viable option, is my understanding, and that's why the applicant is willing to commit to a Section 36 condition to that effect.
in other words, its implementation is dependent on future CAA approval. Would that be fair?
I believe that to be a fair assessment.
If the system is not developed, have you considered the type of lighting which might be deployed for this wind farm and the effect of that lighting on the dark sky park?
If the system is, if the TAL system is not approved or permitted, then my understanding is that the under the planning condition the Section 36 condition that's been suggested, the development could not proceed. We have, prior to this point, fully assessed the effects of visible aviation lighting on the dark sky park and on other receptors through technical appendix 6.2 of the EIAR.
Yeah. That's all. Thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jack, did you have any questions?
Just a couple, sir. Yes. Good morning, Mr. Welsh.
Good morning, Ms. Jack.
In your I think it's in your inquiry report, you say that you inspected the Middleton wind farm lights in preparation for this inquiry, giving evidence to this inquiry. Can I check? I think you were also involved in the preparation of the LVIA. Did you inspect the Middleton wind farm lights in advance of preparation of the LVIA?
No, I did not. We did produce the LVIA for Clauchrie, and at that point, we had been involved in development at Loch Leuchart, at which we were able to inspect 200 candela lights in operation at night in the Highlands. We've also had inspected other instances of 2,000 candela lights on TV masts, for example, on the Black Isle, in preparation of the nighttime assessment for Clauchrie. So we were familiar with the appearance of light in a dark environment.
And can you confirm, are the lights at Middleton Wind Farm, which has been recommended to the reporter to go and see, and again to our witness to go and see, are they the same lights that are proposed for Clauchrie?
They are an earlier, my understanding is that they are an earlier version of the light that is proposed at Clauchrie. It's a technology that is developing extremely rapidly in terms of its ability to manage the way that the beam of light is emitted. So they're an earlier version of the technology that is now available. My understanding is they don't quite have the same horizontal emission control that the lights at Clauchrie could deploy.
And are the ambient lighting conditions at Middleton Wind Farm the same as at Clauchrie?
No, they're certainly not the same, but at some of the viewpoints that I directed the reporters to, particularly over towards Largs, you do certainly get an appreciation of the red lights in a experience in a dark environment, albeit there is additional background light. So no, it's not identical, but I found it gave me a helpful appreciation of the lights, and particularly because 2,000 and 200 are combined together at Middleton, it allows you to see the relative difference in intensity between the two settings.
Okay. I think in your inquiry report, you accept that the body of evidence in respect of visible aviation lighting is, I think you described it as more limited. I think also, I'm aware from Ms. Anderson that she had faced some critical cross-examination at the Archleoch and Clauchrie inquiries because she'd suggested viewing Middleton or another existing wind farm in order to gain some insight into the lighting, and it was argued against her in that situation that it simply wasn't the same specification or ambient lighting situation. So you're now suggesting the very thing that was argued against. I'm just interested to hear your view on that.
I think I very clearly said to you they weren't the same as the lights that would be proposed at Clauchrie, because they're an earlier version and they didn't have the same light management system. And I also acknowledged that the ambient background light was or is different at Middleton. However, they provide a useful comparison of 2,200 candela. And my recollection from Clauchrie was the criticism was primarily leveled at suggestions that the lights on the cranes at the St James Centre might be a good parallel, which certainly they were not.
Okay. So your view is that the lights at Middleton are probably the best that we have to go on at the moment?
It depends what nothing can replicate exactly what you would see from, say, the Merrick, but if as far as a local example goes that gives some impression of the difference in relative intensities, I think Middleton is helpful with that caveat. I obviously have an advantage of having been to see the lights at Loch Leuchart, which are 200 candela in a dark environment.
Can I have a look with you at paragraph 10.22 to 10.23 of your inquiry report, just briefly? You're noting at 10.22 that Nature Scot raised concerns in its letter of 5th May 2020 about the evidence space behind an assessment that the lights will only be switched on very intermittently. Just one question in relation to that. Am I right in understanding your position that you have no statistical information upon which you base your assessment that the lights will only be switched on very intermittently, and that you can simply rely upon Cirrus noting that the airspace is quiet?
I rely on the Cirrus evidence and also the evidence produced by one of the other witnesses here today, in that it is a relatively small box of airspace that would be become active around Clauchrie, and the prospects of aircraft entering it are of a very low order of magnitude, and I have to accept that as the basis for my evidence, where I say here that it's quiet. That is my clear understanding. It's not a substantial zone of airspace. It's as far as I'm aware, measuring some 4 kilometers around the wind farm, which is not particularly significant. So my understanding is there's a very low likely incidence of aircraft triggering the lights.
Just one last question. You presented an opinion on acceptability of lighting in relation to daytime visual impact, but I see that you don't do that in relation to nighttime effects. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, you can.
Clarify your question. You said that I determine acceptability in relation to daytime lighting.
You present an opinion on acceptability in your inquiry report in relation to daytime lighting, visual impact of daytime. Start again. You present an opinion on acceptability of lighting in relation to daytime visual. Not lighting. Sorry, I'm confusing myself here. You present an opinion on acceptability in relation to daytime visual impact, but you don't present one in relation to the effect of lighting at night. Is there a reason for not offering an opinion on acceptability in relation to nighttime effect?
Yes, I think I've been very clear in my inquiry report as to why that is, but in effect, visible aviation lighting and wind farm development is a relatively new topic in which there is very little planning history. And I think that planning history provides a helpful gauge around the acceptability of effects. We just simply don't have that in relation to nighttime aviation lighting effects. It is starting to come through in terms of decisions like Crystal Rig 4 and Windy Standard 3, both of which have this type of lighting. But I felt, given that I have regard to decisions when I form an opinion on acceptability, that I was unable to do that in relation to nighttime effects. So I've tried to explain why in my inquiry report, and we can go there, but that's a summary of why I take that view.
That's helpful. Thank you. No further questions from me.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. If you're still with us, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you, sir. No, I have no questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. I think my questions have also been covered already. So unless Mr. Thompson, do you want to come back and for any re-examination? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, no, thank you, sir.
Right. Okay. Thank you then, Mr. Welsh. And we shall move on to Ms. Anderson then. And sorry, yes, is it Ms. Jack who's introducing Ms. Anderson this time?
Yes, I'll introduce Ms. Anderson.
Yes, that's correct.
Good morning, Ms. Anderson.
Good morning.
I think we can take the first part of your recognition as read. So would you like just to read out section 3 where you deal with the effects of turbine lighting?
Yes. The significant effects on wildland qualities experienced within sub-area 1 of the Merrick wildland area would be exacerbated by the proposed turbine lighting. The turbine lights would form new, incongruous and dominant focal points when seen in a dark context in views to the west from sub-area 1. They would be clearly perceived as being associated with large-scale human artifacts and would significantly reduce the sense of sanctuary and remoteness associated with the western part of the wildland area. The effects of turbine lighting on the Galloway Dark Sky Park. The proposal lies within the buffer area of the Galloway Dark Sky Park. While turbine lighting would not be visible from promoted viewing locations within the core area of the DSP, it would be visible in elevated views from the core and buffer areas of the DSP and from the wider transition area. Effects on the appreciation of the dark skies of those areas would not only be significantly diminished for those who choose to stay in the hills, which lie in the core area of the DSP during hours of darkness, but also for receptors located in parts of the buffer area, for example, within the upper Stincher Valley, where nacelle lights will be visible. Potential for mitigation of aviation lighting effects. The installation of an aircraft detection lighting system as set out in the applicant's wind farm lighting strategy paper appears to be a positive proposal minimising the landscape and visual effects of turbine lighting. The likely low levels of nighttime flight activity in the study area would reduce the duration of lighting, and while effects would not be negated, they could be mitigated sufficiently to avoid significant adverse effects on the Merrick wildland area, the Galloway Dark Skies Park, and on nighttime views from other parts of the study area.
Thank you. I think you have one conclusion in relation to this particular topic, and that's at 5.3.
Turbine lighting would introduce a new and dominant focus, extending the duration of significant effects on wildland qualities 3 and 4 into dusk and nighttime, and would greatly diminish the wildland experience for those who walk or stay over in the Western Hills during hours of darkness. There is potential for lighting effects to be mitigated to a level where effects on the wildland area and also on the Dark Sky Park would not be significant.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thanks, sir. I don't have any questions for Ms. Anderson at this stage. Thank you.
And Mr. Brown, I take it no questions for Ms. Anderson or points of clarification?
Thank you, sir. No, I don't have any points for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, just a couple from me. In the landscape and visual impact assessment visualizations. We have some visualizations of nighttime effects. And I think there's one from, for instance, from the top of Ben Yellery. Can I get your view, firstly, on the usefulness of these visualizations, and secondly, how far I can take the view from top of Ben Yellery as shown in that visualization as being quite typical of the experience of the lights that one would have at night all the way along the Awful Hand Ridge?
I think they are useful, but as I've said in my inquiry report, I think there's less confidence in terms of the nighttime visualizations. I think all visualizations, whether daytime or nighttime, have their limitations, and that is generally acknowledged and acknowledged in guidance produced by Nature Scott on producing visualizations. They're only a tool, and similar to daytime visualizations, it is essential to gauge the effects by seeing other wind farms in context, in a similar context. Now, that is difficult with nighttime effects because of the limited numbers of wind farm developments that have similar lighting. So I think that needs to be taken into account. I have been to see various sort of wind farms that are lit, but as Mr. Welsh explained in his evidence, they are not precisely the same specification in terms of the directional lighting design as the ones that are proposed at Clauchrie. That is obviously without the mitigation sort of strategy being that was additionally proposed. So I think a considerable amount of caution has to be exercised in the nighttime visualizations.
And then the question about how far the Ben Yellery viewpoint was representative of views from, say, the top of the Merrick or from Shallock on Minich.
I understand that there were some health and safety concerns with undertaking a nighttime visualization from the Merrick. I think it's a proxy. I think it's fine from Ben Yellery. It is sufficiently high and sufficiently dark in terms of the context. It is in the core of the Dark Sky Park and within the wildland area just, that it is an adequate viewpoint.
Good, thank you very much. That's all from me.
Okay.
So I think that takes us back to Mr. Thompson to lead your next witness.
Thank you, sir. My next witness there is Mr. John van Hoogstraten of Cirrus Limited. Good morning. I hope you're here and available. I think that you're an air traffic control officer with over 30 years experience in aviation, and that you're currently operations director for Cirrus, a specialist aviation consultancy firm. And I think that looking at paragraphs 1.1 or 1.2 of your recognition, we can see more details of your experience. So could I ask you please to start reading your recognition at 1.3, but perhaps before doing that, there's one preliminary matter I should have mentioned, and that is you will see that this witness's recognition at chapter 3 deals with evidence submitted by Mr. Shaw and others. I understand that that evidence is now being treated as a written submission, And I would propose that this evidence in response might be conveniently treated as a written response to that and not read out and not be part of the inquiry session.
Ms. Jack, are you happy with that suggestion? Or
Sorry,
Mr.
I was
Campbell?
on, sorry, I was on the wrong screen and I couldn't unmute quickly enough there. I don't have a difficulty.
And Mr. Campbell?
Yes, quite content with that. Thank you.
And Mr. Brown?
Sorry, sir. I have no difficulty with that.
Okay, we'll proceed on that basis then. I'm content as well.
In that case, could we go back and could you read please paragraph 1.3 and then make necessary alterations as you read the remaining paragraphs in section 1, please? Sorry.
Switch on. Good morning, sir, and participants. Glasgow Prestwick Airport, represented by Cal Kirkland, has submitted objections on the basis of landscape and visual and the negative safety impact to general aviation. My evidence will focus on current regulations and associated rules of the air applicable to general aviation and the associated impact to aviation. My evidence will respond to the expert report of Cal Kirkland for landscape and visual session, reference GPA 04, paragraphs 29 and 30, and provide clarification for the use of the term low level with respect to aircraft flight. Paragraph 1.5 has been deleted. Carrying on from 1.6, I will present evidence which is defined within the existing regulations. Having reviewed the grounds for objection provided by Mr. Kirkland, I remain convinced that the impact presented by the proposed development will not cause a danger to general aviation. My evidence will not respond to the technical solution proposed, as this statement should be read in conjunction with the evidence submitted by Anne Mackenzie under reference APP 3.3. Focusing on the evidence submitted by Glasgow Prestwick Airport, Mr. Kirkland states in paragraph 29 that the airport is not satisfied the lighting proposal meets the regulatory requirements and that it has an interest in ensuring the safe passage of aircraft through airspace. The airspace impacted by low-flying aircraft is not within Glasgow Prestwick Airport's area of responsibility. And whilst the airport may have concern, there are no grounds for objection based on duty of care. Glasgow Prestwick Airport is not a regulating authority for airspace issues. The lighting proposal is subject to approval by the Civil Aviation Authority, who has the responsibility for applying the appropriate regulations to civil aviation. The proposed development intends to comply with current and future civil aviation regulations. With respect to low-flying aircraft, it must be emphasized that low-level flying does not imply that an aircraft may fly at any height above ground. Low-level flying has associated restrictions and is defined in the United Kingdom's Air Navigation Order, reference CD 96, and published in the Aeronautical Information publication known as the AIP, and that reference is CD 9.7. Aircraft flying in accordance with visual flight rules, which is termed VFR, at lower flying air altitudes are subject to a series of restrictions to protect those on the ground and allow an aircraft in distress sufficient time to react and conduct an emergency landing in as safe an area as possible. In addition to height restriction, VFR or VFR visual flight rule traffic flying requires minimum meteorological conditions, hence the term VFR. The minimum heights at which aircraft may be flown are detailed in Sierra 3105, which refers to minimum heights as stated in the Aeronautical Information publication. As such, aircraft flying by day in Class G airspace may not fly lower than 500 feet above the highest obstacle within a radius of 500 feet. In practice, an aircraft would cross an undulating area of terrain, maintaining a safe altitude above the highest obstacle on its route. A pilot would not choose to fly 500 feet vertically and horizontal over individual obstacles. Wind turbines are notified obstacles in the aeronautical information publication and aeronautical charts. The result is that aircraft wishing to fly in the vicinity of a wind farm must take the highest obstacle into account and fly at the relevant safe altitude. Wind turbines, Mr. Kirkland in GPA 04 in paragraph 30 expresses further concerns with respect to flight at night. Night flying privileges add additional training and requirements to private pilots' licenses known as PPL. The height restrictions remain the same for the type of airspace where the proposed development is sited. Additionally, pilots flying VFR at night away from the vicinity of an aerodrome must formally notify air traffic control by filing a flight plan. The flight is then planned, and we term that as flight planning, by reviewing meteorological information for the departure along the intended route and destination. Diversion aerodromes, airspace, and obstacles en route are also scrutinized. This adherence to the regulations and a professional attitude known as airmanship contributes to an aviation's excellent safety record. A common saying in aviation is that there are old pilots and bold pilots, but you don't get old, bold pilots. I agree with the requirement to light obstacles to ensure the safety of aircraft in the immediate vicinity. As the co-author of the lighting strategy paper, reference CD 9.3, Cirrus surveyed airspace users in the area defined as the Scottish Terminal Airspace, TMA. Results of the survey indicate that there is very little general aviation VFR flying at night within this airspace. Due to the infrequent VFR night use, a technical proposal seeks to provide lit obstacles when required. I refer to Anne Mackenzie's inquiry report, reference APP 3.3, on the applicability of the solution and examples where this is currently in operation. It does not seem to be a proportionate solution to light an obstacle when it is not required. The public on the ground should not be subject to unnecessary lighting in a portion of airspace that is rarely used at night. Moving to section 4 of my document, the conclusion. It is the responsibility of the Civil Aviation Authority to determine whether the proposed development meets the regulatory lighting requirement. Glasgow Prestwick Airport is not a regulatory authority with respect to the proposed development situated outside its notified area of responsibility. The evidence provided by Glasgow Prestwick Airport failed to take into consideration existing regulations or understand the current technological systems available to resolve a fairly simple problem. The airspace in question is not busy by night. The applicant has requested radar data from Glasgow Prestwick Airport to evidence the airspace usage, and that is documented and referenced under core document 9.21. No relevant evidence has been forthcoming. The images and videos provided by Glasgow Prestwick Airport with references to GPA 28 through to 48 do not evidence any airspace usage over the proposed development site. The survey conducted by Cirrus under core document 9.12 indicates extremely low usage of general aviation VFR flights by night. In simple terms, the robust set of standards and recommended practices developed by the aviation industry has a proud safety record. The application of this proposed development will follow the regulations where applicable and where necessary. Submit proposals to improve lighting of wind turbines on a per usage basis, thereby being a benefit to those on the ground. Having regard to the above, the reasons for objection put forward by Glasgow Prestwick Airport are not founded. Thank you.
I think that various of the reports and recognitions that have been lodged in this case contain lists of acronyms, because there are a great number of acronyms that are necessary to understand this evidence. And I think that a convenient one is to be found at the back of CD 9.12, pages 35 and 36. And it's perhaps convenient to have that to hand when considering your evidence. And there are a couple of matters that I want to ask you about arising from recognitions. And to help with that, I wonder if I could ask everybody to dig out two not particularly easy to find documents. The first is CD 1.5.29 at page 34. I'm afraid that's the easy one to find. And the other one,
I have that. I have that.
Oh, good. The other one is CD 9.7, which is an enormous, I think, 4,000 page document, but it has a numbering system in the top right-hand corner of the page. And we're looking for part 4 in the electronic, part 4, which has an electronic page 21 of 50. And when you get there, there's a reference in the upper right-hand corner of ENR6-37. Now, if those are more or less to hand, could I ask you to tell us?
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, I'm not there yet.
Sorry, yes.
How do I navigate to part 4?
It's split into 7 parts on the hub.
Right. I understand that it's divided into 7 parts on the hub, and that it's part 4 that we're looking for.
All right, I've taken it from the memory stick.
Ah.
Do you have an electronic page number or page number? Or
It's 21 of 50. I think once you're in part 4.
in part 4.
And the overriding reference is ENR6-37, which should be in the upper right-hand corner.
It also shows on the electronic copy as page 1171 at the top.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, what number was that again?
1171.
Okay, I'm there. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, sir. It's a couple of matters. The first concerns EC, or electronic conspicuity. Could you give us some idea of the number of and categories of aircraft that are already equipped with EC devices?
The number of aircraft equipped, it's really a breakdown of the types of aircraft that are needed to carry transponders or electronic conspicuity, as they noted. So typically, as stated within the UK ARP, which is reference, let's just get the reference. It's under Gen 1.5. The requirement is that aircraft flying under instrument flight rules are required to carry transponder and operate it. Aircraft flying under visual flight rules under specified types of airspace are also required to carry transponder. In terms of Class G airspace, the number dwindles down as to the number who are required to actually carry a transponder. But then you get transponder mandatory zones that are littered within Class G airspace. If you look at specifically the types of aircraft, you can discount gliders, balloons, hang gliders, any of those types of aircraft. Once you start getting into the fixed wing general aviation aircraft, that is anything between weights 750 kilograms to 5,700 kilograms, which is reference to the maximum takeoff mass of an aircraft, then the numbers increase significantly. My recollection is in 2014 there were approximately 70% of these aircraft that were already equipped with transponders. With the recent working groups, the Electronic Conspicuity Working Group, the Airspace Modernization Strategy, all the work streams that are involved in there, particularly Airspace for All, which is a working group within the Airspace Modernization Strategy. They've all working or focusing towards carriage of electronic conspicuity, with the government funding recently noted or released in last year in October. And it was supposed to run until the end of March this year, but it's due to the success of the project, they've extended it to the end of September this year. And the government is part funding purchase of electronic conspicuity for general aviation.
You no doubt are very familiar with all of these terms, but for the lay aircraft users amongst us, could you just help us to understand, first of all, the division between instrument flight rule aircraft and visual flight rule aircraft?
To put it simply, instrument flight rules, the pilot flies via the instruments that they have on board the aircraft. And typically, there's an IFR flight can fly in what is known as instrument it's a big word, meteorological conditions, IMC as they call it. I.e. in cloud or rain, reduced visibility. There are visibility criteria for flying by VFR, visual flight rules, or by instrument flight rules. A pilot has to be qualified to fly. He has to undergo additional training to become an IMC or IFR rated pilot, as they call it. And a VFR pilot, once again, there must be certain weather conditions that permit flight by visual reference to the ground. I think the term that they use is that you must keep the surface in sight at all times. In terms of distance from cloud, both lateral and horizontal distance from cloud is defined, as well as a vertical and horizontal distance from any obstacles are also a requirement.
So again, in very basic lay terms, instrument flight rules would apply to commercial passenger aircraft, commercial freight aircraft, aircraft of that general nature. Is that correct?
That is correct. So most, if not all, your commercial aircraft are certainly from the insurance perspective will require flight by IFR means, and very little in terms of it's generally your general aviation fraternity that will fly via a VFR. Military also will fly via VFR, as do emergency and police operations, but they may, police, any emergency service that they can operate at VFR or IFR conditions.
Will VFR, visual flight rules, generally be applicable to smaller aircraft?
That is correct, yes.
What happens if there are smaller aircraft being used for any sort of commercial purpose?
They would have to, if they were engaged in commercial or activities, they would have to fly IFR.
Have to fly what, I'm sorry?
They would have to fly via instrument flight rules.
So would both of those categories require already to be equipped with EC devices?
So IFR flights will have to carry EC, correct?
And you mentioned, I think, a weight category of 750 to 7,500 kilograms. What's the status of aircraft in that flight band?
The status of aircraft in that flight band is just in terms of the maximum takeoff mass. So VFR aircraft, or it doesn't really apply to IFR aircraft other than IFR aircraft flying under commercial activity, or any IFR aircraft has to fly with electronic conspicuity. Aircraft within the 750 to 5,700 kilogram do not need to fly with electronic conspicuity. Those above, my correct recollection is it actually doesn't mandate VFR aircraft in terms of weight. It's just certain, they mandate it under VFR flying for the purpose of public transport. Will need to fly with EC, and aircraft above a certain altitude, which is notified as flight level 100, or the equivalent of 10,000 feet approximately, will have to fly with electronic conspicuity.
Am I right in understanding from what you've told us so far that 30% of aircraft operating presumably in UK airspace at the moment do not have EC devices fitted?
30% of aircraft in the weight category 750 kilograms to 5,700 kilograms, only in that, and I'm talking about specifically of fixed wing aircraft. That was of 2014. In my personal opinion, I believe that number to be much higher by now. In fact, in the total numbers of that category, from the figures that I was able to gain, there were approximately 5,500 aircraft in that weight category, of which approximately 3,900 were carrying EC or were EC equipped.
Above that weight threshold, they would have to have EC devices anyway.
Well, an aircraft that is above that weight category is of the type that is used for commercial operations, whether it be charter or that. They're the much larger types of aircraft that would normally require a higher pilot rating, so to speak.
And that's why you were concentrating on the 750 to 7,500 kilograms.
That is correct.
And of those aircraft, how many would be operating at night?
The number that would be operating at night would be significantly lower, because a private pilot who is a VFR pilot, i.e. can only fly via visual means, if they wanted to fly by night, they have to undergo additional training. The additional training is an additional 6 hours, and that includes simulation time and a sign out by an instructor to be able to fly by night. The numbers are significantly lower. I don't know the numbers offhand, but specifically in that area or that portion of the Scottish TMA below that airspace, I would not foresee many aircraft flying in that airspace at all.
Well, could you help us to understand who in flying aircraft in that weight band would want to fly at night?
Very difficult to say, because general aviation, by its very demeanor, and VFR, you have to remain in sight of the ground at all times. If you're flying in an area that has a dark skies policy, I can imagine the surrounding area would be very dark. So to actually be able to see the ground surface would be extremely difficult if you take the night sky into account. So I think it would be a difficult one for a VFR pilot to actually try and determine what the purpose of their flight was. If the purpose of the flight was just to move from one place to another because they had to be somewhere else the next day, it would be essentially quite dangerous to fly in an area that is extremely dark, because you simply cannot make out the surface of the ground. In terms of general aviation who go do scenic flights, well, once again, if you can't see anything, you're not really going to see anything of a scenic nature other than the night sky, which I suppose you could see from the ground standing quite safely. So I wouldn't see any real purpose for VFR flights to be conducted at night in that area.
Again, it may be obvious to you, but not to the rest of us. Our aircraft in the 750 to 7,500 kilogram category, inevitably aircraft that are being used for private purposes.
That is correct.
So if someone wanted to go for a sightseeing flight, wouldn't want to go in the dark, is about the sort of reasoning.
Yeah, there's little purpose to sightsee something you cannot see, I suppose. I think there's something else you just said there, which is quite important to if a member of the public wanted to go and do a sightseeing trip, that aircraft would immediately be in a public, or they're notified as a public transport category, i.e. if somebody's paying for a service and getting on into that aircraft by designation of the CIA, they would have to carry a transponder or an electronic conspicuity. That's the other generic name for electronic conspicuity, is a transponder. There's also a statement, and it's a requirement, that if you have a transponder or electronic conspicuity on your aircraft and you do go flying, you have to switch it on. So it is mandated by the Civil Aviation Authority that if you have the equipment, you will use it.
And could you just remind us about the size of the airspace around the proposed Clauchrie development, which requires to be protected by lighting?
It's not a particularly large size, as James Walsh stated in his precognition, and Mackenzie will state further. It's 4 kilometers by probably about 2 kilometers in size. It's relatively small in terms of airspace. So, you know, a VFR by night flying would have to hit that spot in order to activate an automatic aircraft detection lighting system, and it's beyond the airspace or the area of responsibility for Glasgow Prestwick Airport. It's in Class G airspace, so you know there's that element as well.
And how high would this block of airspace be?
Based on the highest turbine in the wind farm and the criteria set out, you would look at a minimum 1,000 feet above the highest turbine. That would put it at 3,000 feet. So the highest turbine is just short of 2,000 feet. But in aviation terms, we tend to use, well, we do use, we not tend to use it. Aircraft will fly at 500 feet in increments, ending in 00. So you fly at 500 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,500, 2,000, etc. The highest turbine is at 1,994 feet. Rounding it up to the next highest would be 3,000 feet that an aircraft would fly in order to activate it. So an aircraft at 3,500 feet would still be in Class G airspace, but would not activate the system, the lighting system.
So if we imagine an aircraft flying at night aware from aviation maps that there was a wind farm at Clauchrie, hypothetically, there would be a cube of airspace 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 3,000 feet high, which would be protected by the ADSL system, if there was one, so that if an aircraft flew into that cube of airspace, it would operate the lights.
That's correct.
But if it flew at 3,500 feet or 1 kilometer to the east or west, it wouldn't.
The lateral distance is based on time, so the system would detect an aircraft approaching, and if it was considered to be within 4 minutes of the notified airspace, then it would activate, because you've got it. You can't use distance on that purely because the aircraft fly at differing speeds. Now, aircraft are restricted below 10,000 feet; they cannot exceed 250 knots. But general aviation aircraft normally fly anywhere between, you know, in a cruise speed, probably between 90 and 120 knots. Typically, some may even fly faster. So the system would calculate time to enter that box, and then it would be notified.
But an aircraft overflying at, say, 3,500 feet or higher wouldn't trigger it.
Would not trigger it, no.
And in your experience, at what altitude would a private aircraft be likely to be transiting above the Clauchrie site, by day or by night?
By day or night, it would be very much dependent on the aircraft's route, whether it's going north to south or east to west, because the part of the flight planning requirement that a pilot needs to undertake is actually look at their route, and it's not just the nominal route. If you're a VFR aircraft, your journey may deviate left or right, so you've got to consider the wider route that you're taking. And in so doing, you look at the aeronautical charts, and if you look at it as an example, CD 1.5.29, figure 24, which is an extract from the ATSMAC for the Glasgow Prestwick Airport, you will actually see wind farms are notified by little triangles, and then there's a dotted line around them on the diagram. And that'll indicate obstacles are in the en route environment. So those are just some examples of how they are notified. There could be masts, there could be high terrain, and you'll see high terrain is indicated on these charts as well. A VFR pilot wouldn't typically use this type of chart. They would use what is known as a VFR chart. It's a 1 in 50,000 scale map, and they would plot their route. And in plotting their route, they would determine the highest obstacle on that route. And then the CIA requirement says they need to fly 500 feet above the highest obstacle. So a pilot would generally set one flying altitude through that. They do need to consider various aspects, not only terrain, it's the type of airspace that is surrounding the area, so they may descend or climb, but always taking cognizance of the highest obstacle. So if you look at Clauchrie, the turbines at Clauchrie would not necessarily be the highest obstacle in that area. And if there was an obstacle at 2,100 feet, for example, the aircraft overflying wouldn't fly 2,600 feet. They would have to fly 3,000 feet, because you'd either have to fly 2,500 feet or at 3,000 feet. 2,600 feet is not a permissible altitude to fly at as the requirements.
So an overflying aircraft could be above the 3,000 foot ceiling of the box anyway.
Correct. Correct.
What is your view as a result of the research that you've done in the report that you've referred to about the frequency of, or the likely frequency of aircraft at the moment overflying the Clauchrie site?
In the wind farm lighting strategy paper that we undertook, we co-authored with Scottish Power, and that's referenced as CD 9.12. We undertook a survey of the users of the airspace. We contacted local flying schools and operators at Glasgow Prestwick Airport, and local airfields around that area as well. We also went through NatMac, which is the National Airspace Committee that is managed by CAA, that has the representative associations of all the general aviation associations, the Light Aircraft Association, AOPA, and any other general aviation, whether it's gliders or not. Just to ensure that we've put the survey in the public, well, not in the public domain, but in the domain of the stakeholders. And NatMac does represent all stakeholders in aviation in terms of airspace and air navigation service providers and flying associations. The response was not very good in terms of the numbers that came back. We were hoping to get more numbers back. That's either through a lack of interest or lack of engagement, or they didn't see it as a necessity. We did use a series of follow-up emails, not just one email to everybody to ask them. We also conducted contact by telephone where we deemed it necessary to try and engage with stakeholders. And the bottom line is, in terms of VFR activity by night without transponder, it is extremely low.
What about with transponder?
Transponder usage is good. The noticeable exceptions were the military, but then they have certain dispensations through the CAA, and that's not relevant in this discussion. The discussion is general aviation, so there weren't any exceptions on that in the general aviation responses.
Could I ask you to imagine a situation where the Clauchrie proposed wind farm had been developed and there was an ADSL system in place, so that at night a passing aircraft would trigger the red lights by reason of its EC being detected by an appropriate detector in the vicinity of the wind farm. How frequently would you envisage the lights being illuminated as a result of a passing aircraft activating the detector system?
My estimation would be less than one per day, or one per night, let's call it one per night, to the point that you're looking at a handful, maybe three to four flights a week at the most that would activate it, and it would be activated for a very short time, just while the aircraft transited the area.
And just while I'm asking about these things, what's your view about the fear of a Mexican wave effect being caused by a little aircraft at just the wrong height, triggering a succession of wind farms lights equipped with an ADSL system?
A Mexican wave effect. Maybe people would like to watch that. I'm not sure, but in my honest opinion, I think the likelihood of that being occurring with multiple wind farms in the area, taken in consideration that the flight would be conducted at against the highest obstacle, and not all the wind farms are at the same altitudes in terms of ground elevation, nor are the turbines all the same height. So, you know, while one wind farm may be impacted because it has a very high turbine on high ground, other turbines that are significantly lower ground with lower turbines would would probably not be impacted. So, you know, if you're looking at a flat Earth environment, you know, potentially that could occur where no other obstacles exist other than turbines. But not, I can't see that being an issue in that terrain environment. It's not plausible.
Do I take it that small private aircraft don't tend to fly at an altitude fixed by reference to the surface of the ground, but rather to choose a level that will take them safely over a particular area of ground?
Actually, that's a good question because, and perhaps just for the rest of the audience, altitude is flown with reference to above mean sea level in all instances. And barometric pressure readings are available at the airport. So an aircraft would reference their correct altitude setting from the airport barometric pressure, which is referred to as a QNH. There's also a barometric pressure known as QFE, and that QFE relates to height above ground, but it is very rarely used as it doesn't allow for an aircraft to fly with reference to other aircraft in the sky. So if two aircraft were in uncontrolled or Class G airspace, not speaking to air traffic control, they would need to be at altitudes that they could avoid each other in the first instance. There is an east-west rule, for example, where eastbound aircraft will fly at odd levels and westbound aircraft fly at even levels, thereby ensuring that, you know, aircraft crossing each other's paths on an easterly versus westerly direction would avoid each other naturally without having to take avoiding action. If an aircraft were to fly, if one aircraft were to fly at QFE and the other aircraft flying at QNH, i.e. using different reference points, then they would have difficulty trying to assess what the other aircraft's altitude was unless they use the same reference point. So just getting back to the point, QNH is the reference that is used.
On a completely different topic, could I ask you just very briefly to help us understand the concept of controlled and uncontrolled airspace? And perhaps if you could have one of those documents in front of you, CD 9.7, which is from the enormous document, and the reference on the page is ENR 6-37.
Certainly, I'm assuming everybody's got that reference in front of them.
So, could I ask you first of all to identify for us the area of Glasgow Prestwick Airport's controlled airspace?
Certainly. So looking at CD 9.7, which is a representative of the Scottish TMA. TMA is the terminal control area, and that is managed by NERL. But there's an overarching portion of airspace that encompasses 3 airports, Glasgow, Edinburgh, and Prestwick. If you look at where Prestwick is, there's a little dot and it says Prestwick CTR. Now the CTR, if you look at the table at the bottom, it talks about ATS airspace vertical limits. ATS is reference to air traffic services. And under Prestwick, you'll see CTR indicates surface, SFC, which indicates surface, and a line, and then 5,500 feet. The indication there is that the CTR, the control zone, extends from the surface of the ground up until 5,500 feet altitude. That's 5,500 feet above mean sea level. So all altitude references in this document reference to above mean sea level. Then you'll see a series of airspaces surrounding Prestwick, and they're referenced from CTA 1 through to CTA 6. And then you'll see at the table below that, CTA 1, for example, extends from 1,500 feet above mean sea level up until 5,500 feet. And then you get various layers with that. CTA 6, for example, only extends from 4,000 feet to 5,500 feet. So the portions of airspace are patched onto the side of the CTR. And the purpose of having the airspace defined like that is to protect aircraft flying the air traffic service routes, typically the IFPs as they call them. They're instrument flight procedures that are designed for an airport, and they consist of approaches, arrivals, and departures. So the intent is to protect aircraft on those routes, and that's what the CTAs attached to the side of the CTR achieve. Surrounding that portion of airspace, you'll see is a TMA2, which is a...
Just before we get to the TMA2, okay, could I just make sure that I at least am following the area in the immediate vicinity of Prestwick Airport? It's the dotted line that we see coming out from the little white dot labeled as Prestwick.
Yes.
There are some broadly rectangular areas, CTAs 1 to 4, and then the CTA 5, which is a slightly triangular shape roughly to the south.
That's correct. And you also have CTA 6 next to CTA 4, there's CTA 6. So it just extends a little bit further.
And those are the dotted lines marked on the map. And then the little table below, under the heading Prestwick, is telling us the heights or the bands of Prestwick's controlled airspace within those designated areas on the plan. And do they all have in common the fact that there is no control above 5,500 feet?
That is correct. So Prestwick's airspace only extends from those designated in those portions of airspace up to 5,500 feet.
It's a slightly conical shape in that the control starts at the surface in the immediate vicinity of the airport, and then the ceiling of control goes up as one moves out.
Correct.
And just to complete our understanding, above 5,500 feet above Prestwick Airport, who controls that airspace?
So that airspace is controlled by NATS, or NATS en route, which is referred to as NERL. That's NERL. So NERL manage the airspace from 6,000 feet and above. And you can see the reference to TMA2, which just sits to the east of Prestwick. That encompasses that large portion of airspace bounded by a blue dotted line, all the way to the south of Glasgow Prestwick Airport, to the east, and then there's a slight portion to the west. It's quite a skinny portion and two triangle bits. In that portion of airspace, if you look at the table below that, where it says Scottish, you've got TMA1, TMA2, and TMA2 is defined as 5,500 feet to flight level 195. Flight level, for the purpose of this discussion, can be read as 19,500 feet. It's quite a detailed explanation, the difference between altitudes and flight levels, and I don't think that's relevant to this discussion. So if you're happy to take it as 19,500 feet, or that's how it should be read. So TMA2 it adjoins or abuts the vertical limit of the Glasgow Prestwick airspace.
So a commercial aircraft taking off from Prestwick would pass through Prestwick controlled airspace until an altitude of 5,500 to 6,000 feet, and it would pass into the control of NAL. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the standard instrument departures that are published for Prestwick Airport have a termination point at the end of what is known as the departure, and that terminates at 6,000 feet. So typically, Glasgow Prestwick Airport, an aircraft would get airborne. They would climb that aircraft clear of any other conflicting aircraft. Once there's a clear climb to 6,000 feet, they would then transfer the aircraft to Nul. There is a requirement to get the aircraft into Nul's airspace, hence the climbing to 6,000 feet. And there's a what you could call a partial delegation of airspace for that aircraft climbing to 6,000 feet. So if you look at the process of when an aircraft starts up to when it gets airborne and when it gets transferred to Nul, when that aircraft requests startup, Nul is informed that the aircraft is starting. So they are fully aware that the aircraft is going to get airborne. They know which route the aircraft is going to be flying on, and they know the transfer of control point that the aircraft will be then transferred to. What is not discussed at that point in time is the transfer of communication of that flight, and that can take place at any time between departure and the transfer of control point. Now, the transfer control point, by way of an example, if you look at Appendix 14.2 within CD 1.5.29, there's figure 24, which is an extract from the ATSMAC. You'll see a little point at the end of the triangle, which is TRN, which is Turnberry. Now, Turnberry.
Sorry, Mr. Van Hoogstraten, could you give me that reference again, please?
So it's Appendix 14.2 of CD 1.5.29.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's an aeronautical chart, and it indicates the air traffic services minimum altitude chart, and you'll see the dotted line extending to a point TRN. Can you see that?
Not yet, I can't know.
TRN roughly at the apex of the triangle to the south of the rectangular shape of airspace around Prestwick.
Yeah, that's probably an easier way to look at it. It's at that apex of the triangle of CTA 5 on the Prestwick airspace.
Okay.
So that point is known as position Turnberry, or TRN, and TRN is the transfer of control point. So an aircraft getting airborne from Prestwick, Glasgow Prestwick Airport, depending on how well they climb, their rate of climb, the sooner they get to 6,000 feet, the sooner they get transferred to Nul. Nul then takes that aircraft and climbs them higher. So that point could be, as I say, depending on the capability of that aircraft and how busy the airspace is. If the aircraft passing 3,000 feet, for example, can be transferred to Nul. The Glasgow Prestwick typically would not, well, ideally should not allow the aircraft to maintain 6,000 feet until position Turnberry and then hand the aircraft over to Nul. It's not very efficient. And it wastes a lot of fuel, and obviously there's the related carbon emissions as a result of that.
Could I ask you next, please, to imagine a light aircraft of less than 7,500 kilograms taking off from Prestwick Airport, and not wanting to fly above 5,500 feet, say it wants to set out south at 4,000 feet, where would it leave Prestwick's controlled airspace?
It would leave the airspace at the point of its route of crossing the dotted line. Each airport has a series of visual reference points that are notified in the aeronautical information publication. So typically, air traffic control would ask the pilot to report passing a particular visual reference point, and that would indicate that the aircraft was clearing the airspace. So the answer is the VFR pilot, depending where it's going, whether it's a pleasure flight or it's actually routing somewhere, doesn't typically fly the departure infrastructure that I previously mentioned in terms of the instrument flight procedures. They will depart as a visual flight rule flight, and they would then notify ATC prior to departure where they want to go to and what their preferred routing would be. ATC then would clear the aircraft for departure and ask that aircraft to report passing whatever relevant visual reference point there. So in reality, that flight could pass any point anywhere in that portion of airspace defined as the Prestwick airspace, whether it's any of the CTAs, the CTR or the CTAs. Typically, let's take CTA 5 as an example. If the aircraft was heading south, you've got CTA 3 and CTA 5 to pass through. The lower limit of CTA 3 is 3,000 feet. If the aircraft was exiting or flying outbound at 2,500 feet, the exit point would be at the CTR boundary and not at one of the CTA boundaries. If the aircraft was higher, 3,000 feet, it would exit at CTA 3, and if it was higher, 3,500 feet, it would exit at CTA 5. So it's very much dependent on the altitude of the aircraft and the route of the aircraft as to where they would exit the airspace.
But it would exit Prestwick's controlled airspace once it left the dotted line area.
Correct. The dotted lines notified under the CTR 1 through to 6. Sorry, the CTR and CTAs 1 through to 6 under the Prestwick list there.
And once it had emerged from that, and assuming that it was flying at 4,000 feet, would it be in controlled airspace at all?
No. Well, I say no, unless it was flying north. But even then, if you look at TMA 5 and TMA 1, if it was entering TMA 5 at 4,000 feet, the answer is yes.
And we're moving into Glasgow airport's airspace.
Glasgow's airspace. So
a hypothetical plane was flying south towards Clauchrie.
4,000 feet at once they had cleared CTA 5, they would be in Class G airspace, i.e. uncontrolled airspace.
And flying south, passing Clauchrie, would they remain in uncontrolled airspace, provided that they didn't go up above 5,500 feet?
That is correct.
And if they did venture up as high as 5,500 feet, they would then be in Knowles airspace, is that right?
That is correct.
In short, the airspace directly above Clauchrie's cube of airspace with which we're concerned is uncontrolled. Is that?
That is correct. If you actually look, there's on TMA 2, the southern dotted line, Clauchrie actually sits between TMA 2 and you'll see it says Strangford CTA 13, which is another sector. So you've got the Scottish TMA and then you've got the Strangford sector. And their lower limit is flight level 125 up to flight level 195. So effectively 12,500 feet to 19,500 feet. Some of the turbines sit just within TMA 2 and the rest of the turbines sit under the Strangford CTA.
Just to be absolutely clear about this, an aircraft overflying the Clauchrie site, would it be subject to any control by Glasgow Prestwick Airport, whether it was flying above or below 5,500 feet?
No, it wouldn't be subject to any control other than any agreement between Knowle and Glasgow Prestwick Airport as to aircraft at 6,000 feet. So, you know, typically an aircraft flying east to west south of Prestwick's airspace at 6,000 feet would remain on Knowle's frequency unless there was a requirement for, as a result of a departure coming out, then there would be a coordination between NIL and Prestwick as to how to manage their flight and the en route flight that is not entering Glasgow Prestwick's airspace. It is a bit of a moving target, and unfortunately that's embedded within NIL, the agreement between NIL and Glasgow Prestwick. We don't have visibility of that under their MATS Part 2, but that arrangement would be described in there and what the procedure is in the event of aircraft typically at 6,000 feet not entering Glasgow Prestwick's airspace but remaining in TMA2, versus an aircraft wishing to get airborne climbing above 6,000 feet. But typically, if there were no other aircraft in the vicinity and an aircraft had to pop up at 5,500 feet over Clauchrie, well, the aircraft wouldn't really have to talk to anybody, because technically at 5,500 feet, they're still in Class G airspace. It's when they climb above 5,500 feet that ATC tend to get worried. So if they entered the TMA2 without authorization, I would predict that NIL would want to know more about that aircraft, and as would Prestwick to an extent, in the event that they had a departure or an arrival in that area. But since they have no ATS routes in that area, yeah, it would be a concern, but purely because they don't know what the aircraft next intention is.
But does that mean that a light aircraft overflying the Clauchrie site would be likely to be flying below 5,500 feet?
Correct.
If it was above that, it would be a matter of concern to know.
Yes. In reality, as I say, if it's at 6,000 feet, it would be a matter of concern to Prestwick purely on the basis of what aircraft they had in the area at the time, but predominantly NIL, as it is their defined airspace in terms of area of responsibility.
And there's some sort of contractual arrangement between NIL and Glasgow Prestwick Airport, whereby NIL delegates some of its functions to Glasgow Prestwick Airport. Is that right?
Correct. So as I noted before, a departure, for example, will be permitted to climb to 6,000 feet. The procedures are designed that an aircraft may climb to 6,000 feet whilst with Prestwick air traffic control, and transferred in that phase of flight to NIL. So there is, but that delegation of airspace is with that flight at that particular moment in time. And with each aircraft movement, whether it's inbound or outbound, the relationship between NIL and Prestwick, there'll always be a coordination, whether it's you do get electronic type coordination depending on the technical capability of the systems that each unit has. And if they don't have the technical capability for an automatic notification, then it's using the conventional hotline or telephone system, where they call each other controller to controller, and they'll point out an aircraft and notify what the requirements are, or if in the event of an aircraft arriving in that portion of airspace and nobody speaking to him, to either NIL or to Prestwick, then one unit would phone the other and say, do you know who this aircraft is? And they would have a conversation to determine what that aircraft's doing, and try and get contact with the aircraft.
Just only to help us understand these two maps that we've been looking at. In CD 1.5.29, the Appendix 14.2 document, there's what looks like some red dots below the mapped area. Is that a representation of the Clauchrie wind farm? Or is it just a collection of red dots?
Yes, those red dots are the wind turbines. Unfortunately, the map doesn't extend beyond that. That map is an extract from the ATSMAC. As I referenced before, it's the minimum air traffic control surveillance minimum altitude chart. which is used for vectoring, that lies well south of that, outside of their area of responsibility.
Is it correct in relation to scale?
Yes, it is.
And just looking across to CD 9.7, does that mean that the Clauchrie wind farm site straddles the dotted line at the bottom left-hand corner of the PMA 2D area?
That is correct. So it straddles that dotted line into the Strangford CTA 13, which is a small triangle that's in that area.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we've been going for over an hour and a half now. I think we'll take a short break, maybe 10 minutes, and come back at 12:10. That suits people. So we'll start again at 12:10. Thank you. Thank you. Right, welcome back then, everybody.
Could you put me on, please? Thank you.
Right, welcome back. So I think we've heard Mr. Van Hoogstraten's evidence. So now we'll move to Ms. Jack. Do you have any? Sorry, Mr. Campbell. Yes. Sorry, Mr. Thompson.
I'm sorry, sir. Just one matter before we go on to Cross. I'm conscious of the fact that there was some confusion in the questions that I asked and the answers that I got in relation to the weight band of light aircraft. And it was between 750 and 5,700 kilograms as the band. I'm conscious of the fact that sometimes I'm misrepresented in my questions, but the upper limit was 7,500. But the correct figure is 5,700, which I think reflected the earlier evidence. But I just wanted to correct any errors that I had introduced into the evidence. The band is 7,500 to 5,700.
Okay, thank you. I've corrected that in my notes.
It wasn't my intention to mislead anybody. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Jack, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir, I have no questions for this witness.
And Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir, I do. If I may just have a moment to organise some papers. Thank you.
Certainly, yes. We'll just hang on for a minute.
Thank you, sir. I'm grateful for that. Good afternoon, Mr. Van Hoogstraten.
Afternoon.
I would like to start by taking you to your recognition, please. You have that? You have that?
Yes.
And sorry, I'm just conscious there's a bit of an echo there. Now, looking at paragraph 1.1, you have worked in the United Kingdom as an aviation consultant for the last 4.5 years, and can we assume that's with Cirrus?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a consultant in the United Kingdom working in this sector, you'll be familiar with the role of the CAA?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with its publications, or CAPs, as they are known?
Yes, correct.
Now, looking at paragraph 1.2, I note from that, and I'd be grateful if you just confirm I've interpreted this correctly, please, but you, before starting Cirrus, were Divisional Head of Safety and Assurance at Serco Middle East, working in Bahrain and Iraq, is that correct?
That's correct.
And before that, you were the Compliance Manager and Safety Investigations Manager of Abu Dhabi Airport Company, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you were based in South Africa, and you had 3 roles there. First of all, you were a Senior Air Traffic Controller, correct?
I was a Senior Air Traffic Controller for the UAE General Civil Aviation Authority.
Right, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And you had referred to being Chief Air Traffic Controller for outstations. Was that in South Africa?
That is correct.
Yeah. And you were the head of Aeronautical Rescue Coordination Centre, again, that in South Africa?
That is correct.
So, taking all of that together, can we deduce from that that you have not been an air traffic controller in the United Kingdom.
I've not been an air traffic controller in the United Kingdom.
Okay. So you will not have had experience of providing air traffic services in accordance with the various CAA instructions and guidance issued through CAPS.
That is correct.
Now, when it comes to consideration of the airspace, would you agree that safety in the airspace is a paramount consideration?
Yes.
And we're dealing here with turbines, which are 200 meters in height, so they are above the threshold of 150 meters, meaning that they have to be lit at night. Is that
Under
correct?
current regulations, correct.
And it might be obvious, but can we take it from that the fact they have to be lit recognises that they are obstacles in the airspace?
Yeah, they notified obstacles.
Yeah. And the fact they are considered to be obstacles is an indication that they are considered to be a threat to the safety in the airspace.
No, I wouldn't say they're considered a threat. I wouldn't use that term of language.
Well, how would you describe it?
I would describe it as an obstacle, and it's a consideration that is notified, and by notification, it is a managed risk, just like terrain is. High ground, mountainous ground is not lit in the same way that a turbine is. So realistically, you can have turbines that are at a lower altitude than high ground.
Now, if I picked you up correctly there, you acknowledge that they are a risk. Is that correct?
Well, it's use of language. It is a managed risk by the mitigation is to notify the obstacle in an aeronautical chart.
Yes, but again, you have not given me that answer. You have referred to the word risk. Have you not?
Yes, I have.
And that risk explains why they must be lit.
Sorry, on that risk?
That risk explains why turbines at the level proposed here of 200 meters must be lit.
Yes,
night.
under current regulations.
Now, can I ask you please to have before you the Manual of Air Traffic Services, which is, and its particular section I wish to take you to, it's CD 9.2. And
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Yes, it's section 1, chapter 1, and for those using the electronic version, it's page 49. Now, if we look at paragraph 1.2 of that publication from CAPS, we see there that there's a clear statement at the start of paragraph 1.2 that the Manual of Air Traffic Services contains instructions and guidance for controllers providing air traffic services to cater for both routine and many emergency situations. Do we see that?
Correct. Yes, I see it.
Yeah. And if we look, we see there in that sentence that there is reference to air traffic services. And if we look at paragraph 3, we see in paragraph 3.1 that there is a definition that an air traffic service is a generic term meaning variously: 1, air traffic control service; 2, air traffic advisory service; 3, flight information service; and 4, alerting service. You have that?
Yes.
I'll come back to that. And if we turn over to the next page where we have paragraph 4, and this is page 50, in paragraph 4, we have the setting out of the objectives of air traffic services. And 4.1 says that the objectives of the air traffic services shall be to 1, prevent collisions between aircraft, and I don't think we need to refer to 2 and 3, but 4 says that it should also provide advice and information useful for the safe and efficient conduct of flights. You have that, do you? You have that, Mr. You have that, Mr.
Yes, yes, I do, and it's worthy to note. You know, MATS Part 1 is a generic document that applies to all air navigation service providers and aligns to the International Civil Aviation Organization. And just coming back to your earlier point regarding my experience in the UK as an air traffic controller, while that may be valid, I do hold or have held an ICAO accepted ATC license. So what you're reading now, MATS Part 1 is taken from ICAO document 4444, which is the basis for MATS Part 1. So I am familiar with these sections, correct?
Yes, and you would accept, I assume, but please correct me if I'm wrong, but you would accept that an air traffic controller sitting at Prestwick would also have to be guided by MATS, which we're looking at the moment.
Correct, and MATS Part 1 informs MATS Part 2, and MATS Part 2 is the document that's held on units. So
yes.
There's no requirement for a controller at Prestwick to refer to MATS Part 1 because their guiding document is MATS Part 2. It's extracted information relevant to the service that they provide at Glasgow Prestwick.
Yes, but you referring to your experience there and clarifying your experience, you mentioned IACO and you said that you were familiar with the provisions of MATS Part 1, did you not?
Yes.
And
well, when I say I'm familiar with the provisions of MATS Part 1, I know the purpose of MATS Part 1. If you ask me to go to chapter and verse, I would know where to look to find it. So it's, I don't know it off by heart.
So would you say it's fundamental to have an understanding of MATS Part 1?
Oh yes, it's fundamental for all air traffic controllers. Typically in South Africa, we have the Manual for Air Traffic Services, which is, I wouldn't say it's identical to MATS Part 1, but very similar. And once again, when I worked in the Middle East, we actually followed DOC 4444 as our guidance material. But you only refer to that in the last instance, not in the first instance.
The point is, you said you acknowledge that it's fundamental. So if it would be fundamental for you, I take it you would accept it would also be fundamental for an air traffic controller at Prestwick to be familiar with the term.
Yes.
Now, if we go back to the document at page 50 and note 1, it again says these provisions are general statements which represent high-level safety objectives to be met when providing ATS, which is the acronym for air traffic services. You accept that's there? Accept that's there, Mr. Van?
Yes, yes.
And if we turn to page E51 of that document, we have there further explanation of the various services which we looked at when we considered section 3. And in 5, we see there's reference to air traffic control service. And at 6, we see there's reference to air traffic advisory service. And at 7, there is reference to flight information service. Now, looking at paragraph 7.2, well, just to get our bearings, I'll read 7.1. FIS, Flight Information Service, is a service provided for the purposes of supplying advice and information useful for the safe and efficient conduct. And again, we see their reference again to that phrase, safe and efficient conduct of flight, together with pertinent information about We've got weather, changes to serviceability of facilities, conditions at aerodromes, and in 4, we've got any other information likely to accept safety. And if we look at paragraph 7.2, there's reference to in Class G airspace. Now, correct me if this is wrong, but you accept that the airspace which we are focusing on here above Clauchrie is Class G airspace. You accept
That's
that?
correct. Yes.
And here it says that in Class G airspace, the ICAO requirements for flight information services are met through a suite of services known in the UK as UK Flight Information Services, as detailed in Section 1, Chapter 12. The UK Flight Information Services consist of 1 basic service, 2 traffic service, 3 deconfliction service, and 4 procedural service. Now, I'll come back to that again, but if we look at the next page, which is page E52, we see that at 8, there's reference to an alerting service. An alerting service is provided to notify appropriate organisations regarding aircraft in the need of SAR aid. And sorry, can you just help us with the acronym SAR?
Search and rescue.
Search and rescue aid, and assist such organisations as required. And 9.2 says that all ATC units shall provide an alerting service to aircraft under their jurisdiction. You agree with that? You agree with that?
Yes,
Sarah?
I do agree.
Yes,
Yep.
and when the word jurisdiction is used here, that means, does it not, aircraft which are receiving the service, the air traffic service from the airport, rather than aircraft within a territorially defined area of airspace.
As I said before, MATS Part 1 is the generic document. The document that we need to focus on is actually GPA, the Glasgow Prestwick MATS Part 2, because that is specific to the unit. So if you allow me to finish.
Well, Mr. Van Hoekstraten, I decide what I want to focus on in this process, and I wish to explore maps with you. So if you'd please just allow me to continue with that.
Okay, that's understood.
Now, there was reference to the UK Flight Information Services there. And can I take you to another document, which is CAP 9.14, which is CAP 774, and that's the UK Flight Information Services. And can I take you please to page 23? And that's also electronic page 23, and paragraph 2.1, where it says a basic service is an ATS, air traffic service, provided for the purpose of giving advice and information useful for the safe and efficient conduct of flights. So do you agree that we again see here that phrase, safe and efficient conduct of flights?
That's correct.
And that's the same phrase we saw when we looked at MATS earlier on.
Correct.
And if we look at page 27, here we have an explanation of traffic service. And paragraph 3.1 says that a traffic service is a surveillance-based ATS. Now, is that also a way of saying that it's dependent upon radar, or at least involves the use of radar?
That is correct.
And it says, where in addition to the provision of a basic service, the controller provides specific surveillance-derived traffic information to assist the pilot in avoiding other traffic, and so on. And if you then turn to page 31, which is again page 31. And here we have a definition of deconfliction service. And that says that a deconfliction service is a surveillance-based air traffic service where, in addition to provisions of a basic service, the controller provides specific surveillance-derived traffic information on issues, headings and/or levels aimed at achieving planned deconfliction at minima or for positioning and/or sequencing. However, the avoidance of other traffic is ultimately the pilot's responsibility. So we have all of that. Now, if we could go back, please, to Matt's part 1. And this time I'd like to take you to section 3, chapter 1. And we see this is in page 203 for those who are using the electronic copy. And we see paragraph 1, which is the provision of services. And 1.1 says, approach control services within the UK FIRS, that's Flight Information Region, accept that, Flight Information Region for that acronym?
Yes.
Comprise surveillance and non-surveillance based ATS. Now, just pausing at that point and going back to our review of the different types of service, when we looked at traffic service and deconfliction service, they were both surveillance-based methods, were they not? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, and in the definition of basic service, there was no reference to that service being surveillance-based. So can we take it from that that is a non-surveillance-based service?
Yes.
Okay.
This is not required. Whether you have surveillance or not is immaterial.
Yes. Yes. So if we look at the second sentence in 1.1, it then says that the type of ATS to be provided depends on the classification of airspace within which the aircraft is flying as tabulated below. And if we look at that table, we can see in the left-hand column the different classes of airspace. And of course, the one which we are interested in here is G. So it says there that the services provided in G are procedural service, or deconfliction service, or traffic service, or basic service, and alerting service. And the remarks there are that participating flights receive UK Flight Information Service in accordance with CAP 774, UK Flight Information Services. And you agree with me that that's the document we have just looked at?
Looking at Matt's part 1, yes, that's what it says.
Yes, that's what it says. So the services to be provided in Class G, or which can be provided, are those listed in the column under the heading services provided. So that would be a procedural service, deconfliction service, traffic service, basic service, and alerting service. Now, if we turn to the next page of Matt's part 1, which is page 204 for those using the electronic page, and we have there part 1B. And we are talking here about outside controlled airspace. And Clauchrie would fall within the category of being outside controlled airspace because, as we've established earlier, it is Class G airspace. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And paragraph 1B1 that says that an approach control unit at an aerodrome outside controlled airspace shall provide ATS to aircraft as determined by the aerodrome operator and approved by the CAA from the time and place at which arriving aircraft place themselves under the control of the approach control unit transferred to aerodrome control. 2 departing aircraft are taken over from aerodrome control until they are no longer wish to receive a service or are 10 minutes flying time away from the aerodrome, whichever is the sooner. or overflying aircraft place themselves under the control of approach control until they are clear of the approach pattern and either no longer wish to receive a service or are 10 minutes flying time away from the aerodrome, whichever is the sooner. So, reading that short, does that mean that an aircraft could choose to put itself under the control of the air traffic services of the airport?
The section that you've just read out is all true in what it says, although it doesn't apply to Glasgow Prestwick, because the very first sentence says an approach control unit at an aerodrome outside controlled airspace shall provide ATS to an aircraft. Glasgow Prestwick Airport is an approach control unit at an aerodrome inside controlled airspace, so this section doesn't apply to Glasgow Prestwick.
Oh, sorry, I should have read then paragraph 1A1, which is within controlled airspace. An approach control unit at an aerodrome within controlled airspace.
Shall provide according to the classification of the airspace within which the aerodrome is located, correct?
Yep. Yeah. Okay, but if we heard evidence in this inquiry that it is common practice for aircraft to seek an air traffic control service outside of controlled airspace, you would have would you accept that that could happen? That could happen in work?
Oh yes, most definitely. But as to who they would call, that's not clearly defined. And
Yes,
that's why.
But they could contact the air traffic services unit at the airport for those services.
Correct, or they could contact NIL, because
Yes,
NIL is
but-
the closest portion of airspace.
Yes, but it is fundamentally possible that contact could be made with the air traffic services unit at Prestwick for
Yeah,
air
that's feasible.
service. Now, you accepted at the start that safety is paramount in the airspace. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And you accepted, you know what, structures of the height crimes we're dealing with here are obstacles.
Is correct.
Yes. And you accepted that as obstacles, they pose a risk.
Well, I didn't quite word it like that, but yes, they are a mitigated risk.
Yes, but they are a risk, and the mitigation. You would agree with me that I'm quite happy to accept as mitigation, and you would agree with me that the mitigation is that they should be lit. You accept that?
Lit and notified as an obstacle.
Okay.
They get notified in a chart, as we've seen previously.
Yes, and the concept of a risk can mean that there is a perceived threat to safety. Would that not be a fair way to interpret the word risk?
No, I think that's a misleading interpretation of it, because in the same token, you have a terrain in the environment that is not lit, but it is notified in aeronautical charts as high ground. So where natural high ground is notified in aeronautical charts, as are obstacles. So you know, let's move away from the lit obstacle for now. An obstacle is an obstacle, whether it's a mountain, a building, a mast, or a turbine. There's no difference in how we perceive them.
Yes.
And there's a process that goes around notifying and that obstacle. So
Well,
in terms of
the fact that high terrain has to be notified, is that not indicating that high terrain is a risk?
to aircraft, yes.
Yeah. So if high terrain has to be notified, you corrected me earlier by saying that turbines also have to be notified. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So assuming that the same methodologies applied to high terrain as to turbines at this height, they are both risks, are they not?
Well, yeah, anything sticking into the air, whether it's terrain or an obstacle, is in theory a risk to aviation. But it's only a risk when the pilot does not fly according to the rules of the air. Now, the rules of the air are quite clear, and we've gone through those. So, in terms of a notified obstacle, the pilot in flight planning, the responsibility as to the safety of that flight rests with the pilot, not with air traffic services in the first instance. So an aircraft, a VFR aircraft flying in Class G airspace is responsible for their terrain clearance. They're responsible for their flight planning activities, and they're responsible for the safety of that aircraft, not air traffic control. Air traffic control cannot assume the safety of that aircraft in Class G airspace.
Don't worry, Mr. Van Hoopstraten, I'm going to come on to this issue about where the responsibility lies, so we'll get to that point. But the fundamental point must be, though, is it not, that we've acknowledged that flight information can be provided to aircraft outside of controlled airspace. Is that not correct?
Correct, as determined by the CAA and the unit under their licensing obligations.
Yes. But if the practice at the airport is to provide that assistance when it is requested, would the airport not be keen to make sure that, as indicated in the MAT document we've looked at and as we've looked at in CAP 774, that they provide information which can assist with the safe and efficient passage of aircraft through the airspace, even if it's uncontrolled airspace?
They cannot provide obstacle clearance, and this is under international civil aviation organization, called it international law if you want. Air traffic control may not control an aircraft in Class G airspace because the responsibility for terrain clearance rests solely with the pilot in command and not with the air traffic controller. Now, if we look at the ATSMAC, and that reference was referenced previously let me just get the reference. The ATSMAC actually provides the specific areas that an ATC may vector an aircraft, i.e. give headings.
But Mr.
Van
Hoopstraten, I'm not talking about vectoring aircraft. I'm talking about an aircraft which has chosen to contact the air traffic services unit at the airport and has requested a service, and the airport has decided to make that service available. That's what I'm talking about.
That's understood. So if we take the example of a VFR aircraft in Class G airspace, the type of service that can be applied to that aircraft is restricted. In other words, air traffic services may not provide the deconfliction service to two VFR aircraft by providing headings or surveillance headings. That is actually an illegal activity.
Yeah, but if they're providing a basic service, they would be providing flight information to assist the safe and efficient passage of the aircraft through the airspace, would you not?
Correct. They'd be providing an advisory or a basic information service. In other words, information that is available to the air traffic control at the time, which may assist the pilot, but they may not have all the information at hand.
Yes, but an air traffic controller at the airport choosing to provide an air traffic service and being aware of MATs and the emphasis which we've looked at on safety in the airspace, indeed a point which you acknowledged as being a paramount consideration, would an air traffic controller at the airport not wish to know about hazards and risks within the area in which it's providing a service?
Well, they would know about it because they're notified obstacles, and they'll be stated in the relevant charts in relation to the area of responsibility for that unit.
Yes, they would know about it. And would it not also be reasonable to know the mitigation which is offered to address the risk?
The mitigation is stated in the rules of the air, in the air navigation order and in the ARP.
But is the mitigation here, in this particular case, with these turbines not ensuring that they are lit?
It is the applicant's responsibility to ensure that they comply with the CAA regulations as they stand.
Yes, and the CAA not have those regulations to ensure that turbines of this height, which you acknowledge are obstacles and which you've acknowledged present a risk, is the objective of the CAA not to ensure that there is mitigation of that risk?
I'm not sure where, can you rephrase? I didn't quite get the meaning of the question.
Well, let me just go straight to the end part. Is the objective of the CAA in requiring the lighting of turbines at this height not to mitigate the risk which they pose?
Well, the process that is undertaken for notification of obstacles goes through the process defined within the Aeronautical Information Services. There's a process that it doesn't involve Glasgow Prestwick Airport in this instance in terms of the notification of that obstacle. There's a separate, and that is engagement directly with the CAA in this instance.
Yes. But is the issue here not that the only reason for the CAA having that engagement is because it wishes to ensure that if there are risks, then the risk is mitigated insofar as possible?
Correct, and that's why it goes through the Aeronautical Information Services process.
Yes.
So
At a practical level here, that is why turbines at the height we're dealing with here have to be lit. Is it not?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So that is part of the mitigation of that risk.
As defined under the civil aviation regulations.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And if the airport is providing air traffic services in an area where there is a known risk, is it not reasonable for the airport to fully understand the mitigation which has been applied to that risk? In other words, is it not reasonable for the airport to know of how these turbines are to be lit?
I would say, given within its area of responsibility, yes, there is an understanding. Outside of its area of responsibility, yes and no. Where does the area of responsibility in terms of that concern then end? You know, if another wind farm were to be built a further 10 nautical miles south, would Glasgow Prestwick Airport have the same concerns? And further south to that, another 40 miles. I'm just not sure where this is going, because in terms of where the turbine, trying to just finish. Well, I'd like to explain, you know, in terms of where the turbines are situated as well, clear of the area of responsibility dedicated or delegated to Glasgow Prestwick Airport, which is, if you look at GPA 17A of GPA's Glasgow Airport's submission documents, under AD 2.17 air traffic services airspace, the airspace is clearly defined in that section. There's designations and lateral limits. And if you scroll further down, the air traffic...
Mr. Van Hoekstra, we're going back on territory. We're talking about Class G airspace. where it's acknowledged that the airport's not required to provide air traffic control services. But we have, in the course of this cross-examination, you have acknowledged that the airport may well be providing air traffic services in that area.
Basic service, yes.
Yes. And I believe that you said when it comes to that area, the phrase I have noted is that when it comes to determining responsibility, it's difficult to know where it begins and ends.
But this gets to the point in terms of the responsibility of who is responsible to remain clear of an obstacle. If in the event of an obstacle being in an area, when an aircraft calls up air traffic control and provides them their altitude and their position, let's assume the aircraft cannot be seen by surveillance, which you've acknowledged before. Under basic service, there can be surveillance or non-surveillance in that area. The air traffic controller has no level of knowledge of specifically what obstacles are in that area. And air traffic controllers, by nature in Class G airspace, do not provide obstacle notification guidance, because that guidance is already stipulated in the aeronautical information publication. So I'm just trying to put into perspective, you know, in terms of the obstacles, yes, they, you know, whatever the current regulations are and whatever the future regulations are, you know, the applicant will comply with either current or future regulations. That's not in question. And the responsibility of the pilot to then remain clear of any obstacle, including terrain, is up to the pilot. It is purely the pilot's responsibility. In terms of the traffic information that an air traffic controller will provide, it is not necessarily obstacle environment, unless there's a pilot that's lost in a valley and is, you know, in a critical position. But even so, it's the pilot that can see the obstacles, not air traffic control.
All right. What I'm putting to you is that a responsible air traffic controller providing air traffic services in an area of uncontrolled airspace. That's the situation in which we are placing ourselves at this moment. Would it not be reasonable for that air traffic controller to know of the obstacle? And you've said that they would know that through the notification through the maps. But would it not also be reasonable to know how it is lit?
Not necessarily, no.
And would it not also be reasonable to know how the lighting system operates?
Yes and no. I mean, once again, if you look where the proposed development is in relation to the airport, is it the airport's responsibility to understand how all turbines in the area are lit? Yes, perhaps more out of interest, but not out of requirement. Once again, any manner in which a wind farm is lit or any obstacle is lit will be notified in the aeronautical information publication. So the air traffic controller would then turn to the relevant page of that document to obtain that information. Whatever solution is, I just need to finish here, whatever solution is found for the proposed development will be notified accordingly in the aeronautical information publication. And if the air traffic controller wishes to know how obstacles are lit or how those obstacles are managed, well, then it'll be noted in the aeronautical information publication. It's there for, it's a public document.
And would it not also be reasonable for the air traffic controller providing air traffic services to know that the system which is being used is reliable and that it works?
Why?
Well, I think that might actually indicate the disagreement here, Mr. Van Hoogstraten. If I take you back to, if we look at this form of lighting, which is an aircraft detection lighting system, you accept that the current version of ADLS in the United Kingdom at the moment.
I could,
Sorry, I didn't catch the end of the sentence.
sorry, Mr. Brown, if you're moving on to a new area of questions, would this be an appropriate
Yes.
point to break, or?
Yes, sir, I think it would be appropriate to break at this point.
I think we should maybe do that, unless you think you'll be finished in another 10 or 15 minutes, but.
I might just be a bit longer,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, well, I think we'll maybe break there and come back at 5 minutes to 2, 1:55.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
We'll do that. I'll see you all again then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, well, that's 5-2. So we'll, if everyone's here again, we can make a start. Mr. Brown, are you ready to pick up where you left off?
Yes, thank you, sir. I am. Oh,
Right, sorry, Mr. Thompson.
I just had a preliminary matter. When Mr. Brown was cross-examining before lunch, there seemed to be some audio disturbance, which has been picked up by some of our team who've been listening remotely. And we wondered if it might be possible for Mr. Brown to mute his microphone while the witness is answering, and we're doing that vice versa.
Yes, I was picking up on some of that as well, particularly on the longer answers. I think maybe the feedback sort of builds over time a little bit. So perhaps when Mr. Van Hoogstraten's delivering one of his longer answers, at least, if you could mute at that stage, Mr. Brown, that would be helpful.
certainly, sir. I'll do that.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Now, Mr. Van Hoogstraten, just before the lunch break, I had got to the point where I'd asked you the question that you accept that there is no aircraft detection lighting system in operation at the moment in the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And you accept that the CAA has not yet produced a policy on ADLS?
They haven't produced a policy, but they are working on one.
And do you accept that if ADLS was introduced into the United Kingdom, it would be a new system for the United Kingdom?
It would be a new system, correct?
And with the introduction of any new system, is there not the potential for there to be teething problems when it's in?
As a generic statement, yes, there would be teething problems. But the way safety is managed in aviation, the process of elimination of those teething problems is actually quite robustly managed. In this particular instance, with the solution that is being offered and considered, it is something that has been used successfully in other countries. And given the simplicity or the nature of the solution, it is actually quite a simple and fairly innocuous sort of process to implement. Mr. Brown, you there?
Yes, I am. Yes. You see me? Yep. Thank you.
Just lost your picture.
Sorry, sir, I'm not quite sure what's happened. Yep, everyone's back.
You're back.
I can see you now and hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Temporary interruption. And would you accept that it would take time for pilots to become familiar with the introduction of an ADLS system?
Not particularly. Once again, it's not a particularly onerous system to come into play with. If they're flying at an altitude that would enact the system, because it's based on a time-based prior to entry, the lights would be switched on before they arrived. So, and pilots wouldn't have to do anything other than have their transponder or their EC equipment, electronic conspicuity equipment, operating. In terms of where the current regulations sit, it is a requirement that if you have the equipment, you switch it on. So the pilots wouldn't have to do anything more than they're currently doing now.
Yes, but this is an area of Class G airspace we're dealing with, isn't it? Above Clauchrie.
Yeah, that doesn't make a difference, because if they've currently overfly a wind farm that is lit at night in Class G airspace, they would be no different under an ADLS system, because the system would be switched on prior to them getting there.
But in that uncontrolled airspace, are we not more likely to find smaller, lighter aircraft?
I don't understand the question. Sorry, can you rephrase?
Are we not more likely to find smaller, lighter aircraft in that uncontrolled airspace?
Well, under general aviation type aircraft, I suppose the answer is yes. Category A aircraft, as they're known.
Yeah. And not all smaller, lighter aircraft are required to carry EC equipment at the moment, are they?
Not all light aircraft are? No, they're not.
So when this system is introduced, if it is introduced, it will be a new system for those navigating smaller, lighter aircraft, will it not?
Well, it depends if those smaller, lighter aircraft are permitted to fly at night, because by reference of your description of the type of aircraft, one could argue the fact that there are smaller, lighter aircraft that are not permitted to fly at night, and those include hang gliders, microlights, and gliders in themselves. So I suppose if you look at the weight category and the classification of aircraft, that classification of aircraft would be permitted to fly at night.
Yes, and if they are to be fitted with EC, that will be a new technology for them, will it not?
No, EC equipment has been around for a very long time. In fact, my whole career, more than 30 years, electronic conspicuity has been available to pilots. So it's not a new technology. It's a technology that's been around for some time. ADS-B has been around for the good part of 20 odd years, 25 years. So no, this is existing technology that's been around for a long time. I can't see a pilot having to get used to this new technology. It's the application of existing technology that is also, well, it'll be new to the UK, but it's certainly not new internationally. It's used in other countries.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. It will be new to them in the sense that for the first time they will potentially have to apply it. Is it not new in that sense?
It would be new for, well, I suppose for a private pilot license, somebody learning to become a pilot going through a PPL, it would be new to them, yes. But for a pilot with several years experience, I doubt very much it would be new to them.
But you don't know for sure, do you?
Well, I'm not sure it's a reasonable question, to be brutally honest, Mr. Brown, because a pilot, a PPL, having flown for various years, will be familiar with the technologies available in aviation. Transponders or electronic conspicuity is one of them. And it is extremely likely that all private pilots have been exposed to some level in their flying career with the transponder. As I say, it's not a new technology. It's been around for many, many years.
But you don't know the particular experience every pilot has, do you?
No, and by the same, yeah, I mean, by the same token, many pilots haven't flown long distances. So I don't see the reason for the line of questioning, to be honest.
Well, as I said previously, Mr. Van Hoedstraten, I work out the questions I want to ask. Thank you very much. If you would answer them. Now, can I take you back to your recognition, please?
Yes.
And I'll take you to paragraph, again, 2.2. And I'd like to take you to, sorry, sir, we seem to be having feedback issues again, but I'll persevere.
It's not too bad from my end. I can hear you fine.
Right. Thank you. And
Mr. Brown, thank you.
Thank you. And if I could take you to the second sentence of paragraph 2.2, where you say, whilst GPA may have concern, there are no grounds for objection based on duty of care. Now, when you refer to duty of care, what do you mean by that?
Within an air traffic services notified area of responsibility, they have a duty of care as per their licensing arrangement with the Civil Aviation Authority. Beyond that airspace, the duty of care only extends as far as what is available and how it is that they propose to help. In the development of in Class G airspace, if I can take you to reference CD97, which is part 1, pages 1 to 400, which is the UK ARP. This section covers specifically UK flight information services. Now that is the same document, or not the same document, it covers the same area as CAP 774, which was document reference CD 9.14. Under the service principles 2.2 of the UK Flight Information Services of the Aeronautical Information Publication, it clearly states in 221, within Class G airspace, regardless of the service being provided, pilots are ultimately responsible for collision avoidance and terrain clearance, and they should consider service provision to be constrained by the unpredictable nature of this environment. And I think it is clear within that statement where the duty of care lies with regards to terrain or obstacles on the terrain.
When you talk about
that doesn't prevent an air traffic controller with having knowledge of an environment, providing information, and I call it information. He can only provide the information. He can't manage or control the aircraft in that environment. And in so doing, as I say, provide that information to the pilot. But ultimately, it's the pilot's decision whether to take that information and use it or not to use it.
when you talk about duty of care, are you talking about a legal duty of care?
Well, I'm talking about the duty of care as it's described in the Flight Information CAP 774.
Right, okay. Let's go to CAP 774, please. And could I ask you to turn to paragraph 8, which is on page, well, it's page 15 of the document and page 15.
I have it.
Yep, thank you. And we see there in paragraph 8 that it says, in association with the development of the procedures within this document, a formal review of liability, negligence and duty of care in air traffic service provision was jointly conducted by the CAA, the MOD, the Airport Operators Association and NAT's legal experts. This process generated guidance for controllers, FISO's Flight Information Service Officers. That be right, Mr. Van Hoekstraten?
Yeah.
As detailed at Appendix A. Procedures have been produced with this guidance in mind. If we turn to Appendix A and we look at it's page 41 of the document and electronic page 41. And paragraph A2 refers to the common law principles of duty of care. And it says, do we see this? At the foot of that page, there's a paragraph which says, in interpreting common law in relation to the provision of ATS, it would be unwise to rely upon specific examples, as each case has to be taken on its own unique merit and circumstances. And if we turn over that page, so that's on to page 42, and it's electronic page 42, there's another paragraph, A3, and it's the last paragraph there beneath the third bullet. Controllers, like FISOs, clearly owe duty of care to flight crew, passengers and the general public on the ground in the delivery of an ATS. However, the depth and the boundaries of this duty of care cannot be defined in advance for each specific scenario and situation, as they will vary depending on the exact circumstances at the time, including the type of airspace, type of ATS, dynamics of the situation, how foreseeable was the event. The only time that these factors will ultimately be decided upon is in court when examining the specifics of the situation under scrutiny. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. And in isolation,
Yeah.
it's absolutely
Yeah.
correct. But can I
Yes.
take you to page 43 of the same document?
No, not just at the moment. Now, these are legal experts who have prepared this document, are they not?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, did we not see in paragraph, I'll just get the reference, in paragraph 8, which was on page 15, that the review which gives rise to this appendix was conducted by this CAA, MOD, Airport Operators Association, and NATS legal experts. Do you remember reading that?
Yes.
So, do you accept that here we have legal experts looking at this question of duty of care, and their conclusion is that, or conclusions are that, first of all, to acknowledge that they said in paragraph A2, which we looked at, that each case has to be taken on its own unique merit and circumstances. Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah, that's correct. I wouldn't say it's a conclusion, though. I'd say it's a statement within the document.
Well, and if we look at paragraph A3, it said that on the second line, in the sentence starting, however, the depth and the boundaries of this duty cannot be defined in advance for each specific scenario and situation. So, do you accept that the legal experts who have been commissioned to look into this topic are saying it's difficult?
I'd say you need to read the entire document to get the context to understand the full nature of the duty of care.
No,
no,
Mr. Van Hoekstraat. The legal experts have said, have they not? However, the depth and boundary, and this is from paragraph A3, however, the depth and the boundaries of this duty of care cannot be defined in advance for each specific scenario and situation, as they will vary depending on the exact circumstances at the time, including the type of airspace, type of ATS, dynamics of the situation, how foreseeable was the event. The only time that these factors will ultimately be decided upon is in court when examining the specifics of the situation under scrutiny. That's what the law is.
Accept that statement for what it is and where it sits, yes.
Well, it's not for what it is it? The legal experts commissioned by these stakeholders in the aviation sector have drawn this conclusion, and they've included it in their CAP document. Have they not?
Yes.
So, when it comes to the concept of duty of care, you're coming to the inquiry as an expert in air traffic control, are you not?
That is correct.
You're not an expert lawyer, are you?
No, I'm not.
And we've established that obviously this ADLS proposal is contained in the application for permission for this development. And so it's not yet operational, is it?
No, it's not.
Yep.
The UK.
So in the UK. So what you are doing is you're looking forward to a situation where the system is controlled, and you are saying that the airport will have no duty of care in connection with that development.
No, I think the duty of care is lies with the Civil Aviation Authority.
But you've just admitted, Mr. Van Hoekstraat, and you're not a lawyer. Have you not?
No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm an aviation expert.
You're an aviation expert. So When it comes to the question of what the law is and the application of the law, that is beyond your expertise, is it not?
No, I think you're certainly trying to confuse me, and I just want to clarify that the duty of care with respect to a lighting solution for the turbines rests with the applicant and the Civil Aviation Authority.
But the duty of care in relation to the airspace could lie with the airport, could it not?
No, because once the turbines, if approved, and the ADLS is approved, and the turbines are lit at night, we have to make those assumptions. Once they're up, then the duty of care, there is no duty of care from Glasgow Prestwick Airport, because these are notified obstacles and they're there in compliance with civil aviation regulations. Now,
Yes, but
I'm not sure it's my understanding of the legal or the legal side of it, but my understanding is if it goes through CAA approval, that is the requirement that is set forth.
Yes, well, Mr. Van Hoekstraten, you've just said in that answer that it's your understanding. That's what you said, wasn't it? It's your understanding.
Well, is my understanding incorrect?
Well, I think that's a matter for others to take up, because you are not, as you've acknowledged, an expert in legal matters. You're an expert in air traffic control.
Well, no, I'm not just I'm not an expert just in air traffic control, in air traffic management and civil aviation regulations.
Yes, but
as you had read my precognition in the beginning, where you looked at my capability, and you'll see that I was the regulator for the Kingdom of Bahrain and Iraq. I was also the licensing authority, and I provided safety oversight for Dubai Airport, Dubai World Central, and Sharjah Airport. So while I'm not a legal expert, I'm an expert in regulations in civil aviation.
Again, Mr. Van Hoekstraten, you've just acknowledged the point in that answer, have you not? You are not a legal expert.
That is correct.
Yes. And the legal experts have got together on this topic of duty of care, and the legal experts have said, and it's repeated in CAP 774, that the depth and boundaries of this duty of care cannot be defined in advance for each specific scenario and situation. And then they go on, the only time that these factors will ultimately be decided upon is in court when examining the specifics of the situation under scrutiny.
I'm not denying that.
Are you saying, Mr. Van Hoekstraten, when you read that you're in a better position to judge than the lawyers as to when a duty of care arises?
No, I didn't imply that at all. All I'm saying is when the lawyers put together this, when the legal experts put together this duty of care, they wrote an extensive document, not just one paragraph. And while we can read that one paragraph for what it says, I think it's got to be read in context with the entire section. And that's why I would suggest we turn to page 43. And there's further statements there that the legal experts have written. So I think that's also applicable in this.
No, but fundamentally, you acknowledge that there is the statement in paragraph A3 that the only time these factors will ultimately be decided upon is in court when examining the specifics of the situation under scrutiny.
That's quite correct. So in that example, you take in an extreme case where an aircraft has perhaps collided with a wind turbine. And then you're going to look at the case in a legal sense and say, well, you know, was duty of care, where was duty of care, who was responsible, and the normal accident investigation process would then take place.
Yes,
So,
and if we were to get into that situation, who would be involved in establishing whether there was a duty of care and whether it was breached? Would it be the lawyers? Who would do that job?
Well, once again, there's a full process that goes through, and it starts with the Air Investigation Board, the AAIB, who carry out a full investigation, obviously through the Civil Aviation Authority and the relevant bodies within the UK that conduct an investigation. And only at the end of the investigation do they determine where duty of care, if it was applied correctly or not.
Yes,
and in the event of an aircraft colliding into a turbine, you know, one of the first things you'd have to go back to is the ARP and the air navigation order, where it clearly states that the pilot is responsible in the first instance. So if that is in the first instance, and it is Class G airspace we're talking about, then we have to establish, or I suppose the legal experts would have to establish, what role did air traffic services play in this aspect? Now, I give it to you. One of the subjects that I did cover when I studied as an air traffic controller was aviation law. And the one thing that air traffic controllers may not do is control aircraft in Class G airspace. Now, when you're talking about duty of care, and you're talking about the provision of service that an air traffic controller provides in Class G airspace, the type of air service that is provided to VFR aircraft in Class G airspace is very limited. If, for example, the air traffic controller issued a heading or a vector, as it's commonly known, to that aircraft, and then that aircraft collided with the turbine, then yes, the duty of care, the air traffic controller was not taking their duty of care seriously. In fact, they were part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Yes, right. There are a few things in that answer which you've given. First of all, you have said there had been an air collision investigation. You said that. You are saying in this statement that there's no duty of care owed by the airport here, that, well, whatever that investigation may look into Glasgow Prestwick Airport Limited, you don't have to worry about it because you've not got a duty of care here. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think we have to establish that the duty of care under this cap is for flight information service. So the duty of care you're referring to is the duty of care of the airport in relation to obstacles that will be built in the future. I think the duty of care you're talking about is significantly different. The provision of flight information service. No, let me finish, please. The provision of flight information service under CAP 774, where the duty of care has been defined by legal experts, as you've stated, is pertinent to flight information services. Now, if there's a separate document related to duty of care of airports in relation to obstacles that are built around an airport, then you're talking about the safeguarding cap, and that is CAP 738. Do you want me to go through CAP 738 for you?
No, I don't, because as you've acknowledged, have you not, Mr. Van Hoekstraten, you're not a lawyer, are you?
No, I'm not. I've already said that on numerous occasions.
So what you're expressing here are your views as an aviation, an aircraft.
CAP 774 is in front of me, which you have highlighted to us, and within Appendix A of that, as you've rightly pointed out, CAP 774, specifically due to duty of care, was written by legal experts for CAP 774. Now, if this duty of care is extended to other caps, it certainly doesn't say so in this document. So I don't have to be a legal expert to determine that what's written under CAP 774 is relevant to CAP 774 unless stated otherwise.
But you're not a legal expert, are you?
Well, we can keep on saying that, and I can keep on agreeing with you, Mr. Brown, but the point of the matter is I'm looking at a civil aviation publication, and I'm an expert in reading what the civil aviation publication is saying, and I've agreed with you on those aspects of that publication. But if you're going to extend the duty of care of CAP 774 across other civil aviation publications, then that needs to be noted as such. And if it's not noted as such, if I have a misunderstanding on that, I stand to be corrected.
Yes, and yet these are your views, though, as an air traffic, an aviation expert.
Sorry, it was muffled there. I didn't get the response.
These views are your views as an aviation expert, are they not?
No, I've said before, these are not my views. It's what I'm reading in CAP 774.
Yes, well, we could all be an expert in reading it, Mr. Van Hoekstraten, but you're going further and expressing views on when this applies. And I'm putting it to you that when you express your opinion on when it applies, you're expressing those opinions as an expert in the aviation sector.
Yes, as an aviation expert. But
Yes,
let
thank
me
you.
put it to you. Cap 738 covers safeguarding of airports. And if I had to read Cap 738 in isolation, not reading flight information services, because an airport, unless they provide flight information service, would not be referring to Cap 774. They'd be referring to Cap 738, and nowhere within Cap 738 is there any statement or appendix to duty of care.
Do you accept that the airport provides flight information services?
Not according to the ARP. I said an airport, Glasgow Prestwick Airport, as stated under GPA 17A of the Glasgow Prestwick Airport submission document. If you'd like to turn to that, that's under 82.717. It says air traffic service airspace, and then what the area of responsibility is. So I'm putting to you that the provision of air traffic services that Glasgow Prestwick provide is clearly documented in the aeronautical information publication. If they are providing a service that is beyond that is their responsibility, they are providing a duty of care in Class G airspace, which they're quite entitled to do. But I'll put to you another issue when it comes to the duty of care in that particular airspace over the proposed development. And that is an aircraft in the vicinity of the proposed development is closer to Neull airspace than it is to Glasgow Prestwick Airport. So an airport, a pilot that is not familiar with the area, having studied their charts and makes a decision to call the closest air traffic service unit, may decide to contact Neull because their airspace is closer to that person. Let's assume that person's at 4,000 to even 3,000 feet above the Clauchrie site. The Neull airspace starts at 5,500 feet, and to the southern edge of the Clauchrie site, it sits with another Neull unit, the Stanford unit. So they could call one of either of those two Neull units. One is in the Scottish TMA, and the other one sits in the Stanford airspace. They're not obliged to call Glasgow Prestwick Airport, and this is the point that I think we need to try and just iron out.
You've acknowledged in that answer that they could contact Glasgow Prestwick Airport, have you not?
Yes, they could.
Yes, if they contact the airport could provide them with service, could they not?
They could provide them with the basic service, correct?
Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I have no questions. Mr. Thompson, do you want to come back with any re-examination?
Thank you, sir. Yes, you asked a number of questions about page 42 on paragraphs A2 and A3, I think. You were keen to refer to page 43, but Mr. Brown wasn't willing to let you do so. Can I now give you the opportunity to refer to page 43?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the point that needs to be made under duty of care, the duty of care doesn't consist of one specific element. There are various elements that have been written, and collectively they need to be read as these were all put together as a legal expert. But under page 43, in fact, the start of the paragraph is on page 42, and it says, how should the duty of care be discharged, which is A4. And I suppose we could read in the second paragraph, duty of care requirements have been a primary consideration in the production of the procedures in this document, and where possible, specific actions have been published that are considered to meet these requirements. And I suppose the reference there in terms of published is other civil aviation documentations. However, the nature of the ATS task in providing UK Flight Information Services, which is denoted as FIS, means that it's not possible to be totally prescriptive about all actions to be taken, particularly with regard to unknown traffic and the passing of advice and warnings on high-risk conflictions to pilots who have requested lower level air traffic services, e.g. or i.e. basic and traffic service. Consequently, there's a need for controllers or FISOs for the benefit of everybody. FISO is a Flight Information Service Officer. They are not an air traffic controller. They can only provide an information service. They can't provide a control service. So it's just to start that sentence again, consequently, there's a need for controllers or FISOs to remain free to use their professional judgment to determine the best course of action for them to take for any specific situation. The next paragraph is perhaps where it gets a little bit more important. A crucial element of duty of care is achieved through the controllers or Flight Information Service officers making all reasonable endeavors to provide the level of air traffic service that a pilot requests. Due to the nature of the unknown traffic environment, it is inevitable that there will be occasions when controllers are unable to meet in full the air traffic service definitions that a pilot expects, i.e. due to limited surveillance capability, workload, or traffic density. In these situations, any reduction should be made clear to the pilot, and this ability is catered for in the air traffic services principles for these air traffic procedures. So, the point I just wish to convey is that we can't isolate the type of service that an air traffic controller would decide to hand out. If the air traffic controller at Glasgow Prestwick has got aircraft within their delegated portion of airspace, their first and primary focus is on aircraft within their airspace in which they are controlling. They may only assist aircraft outside their area of responsibility if the conditions permit them to. Now, there was a case many years ago in the United States, and on the basis of an air traffic controller not being busy at the time, where he could have given information, yes, that incident did go down the legal route. And the point is, if an air traffic controller is busy and there's aircraft outside his airspace who's asking for a service, the air traffic controller has to make a decision. Can I accommodate that aircraft with the service they're requesting or not? Are they obligated to provide that service or not? And in that decision making, it is entirely up to the controller to make that decision. And if they're managing aircraft that are arriving at Glasgow Prestwick Airport, that is their primary concern, because those aircraft are under a radar control service, and the controller must focus their attention on those aircraft. So the duty of care becomes, is there a duty of care to apply to an aircraft that's flown over Clauchrie? The answer, if the controller has no other aircraft on their frequency and they're not doing anything in the time and the pilot calls up and asks for a service, yes, they can, what's the phraseology, disengage or engage that service and provide the duty of care. But the duty of care is limited to purely to information service, i.e., are there any aircraft around you, or I'm not certain about aircraft due to clutter on my screen, suggest you avoid that area. But in terms of obstacles, the air traffic controller doesn't have the mechanism other than the aviation charts, which the pilot has access to. Once an obstacle goes up, it's a notified obstacle, everybody in the aviation industry gets to know about it. And the responsibility of that remaining clear of obstacles is with the pilot, and that's clearly documented in rules of the air. Could
I go back now, please, to some questions that Mr. Brown asked you just before lunch? And it was about what would happen when and if a wind farm was constructed at Clauchrie. And I suppose there are two options. Either it might be constructed with red lights on it as required by the current Civil Aviation Authority Air Navigation Order Article 222, or it would be built as a result of further action by the CAA to permit an ADLS system to be used to control the red lights on such a wind farm. Now, if option A occurred, who would be under a duty to notify that information, and to whom would it be notified?
It would be the responsibility of the applicant who is erecting the obstacle to ensure that it follows the correct process to be notified as an obstacle. So in that instance, I'm not familiar with the full process, but indications are the application would need to go through the Civil Aviation Authority for that obstacle to be erected.
And once it had been erected, it would find its way presumably onto a VFR chart.
It would go into the aeronautical information publication in the first instance. It will be defined in the various charts with airports nearby, if so applicable. Judging from the Glasgow Prestwick charts that are notified in theirs, it doesn't fall within the airspace, but if a chart does show a larger scale, then that would be notified. And once again, VFR charts would be published with the notice as well. The AIP is updated on a 28-day cycle, so every 28 days information is published. There's quite a the AIRAC cycle, as it's known, which is Aeronautical Information Record and Circular, which AIRAC stands for. It's an international cycle that all countries have to abide by. And the reason why it is put in like that is that not only do AIPs get updated, but all other aeronautical charts. There's an independent or privately owned company, Jeppesen is one of them. They extract information from AIPs and publish that separately, which private pilots have access to and they can purchase. Moving map displays, they get the information from there. That will be published as well. And where was the last point? The last point is flight management systems that the larger airlines use. That the flight management system has a centralized database managed by the airline, and all data relevant to that aircraft flight is then downloaded into the flight management system. And the way that flight management systems run, it's not only major airlines, there's smaller aircraft also have the flight management system capability, is that data, it actually holds current data and the next 28-day cycle data as well. So in the event of an aircraft flying, getting airborne on the last day of one AIRAC cycle and flying into the next day on the new AIRAC cycle, that database would automatically be updated within the flight management system. So, yes, those flight management systems would focus on the instrument flight procedures of the specific airport, but obviously those designs are created around any obstacles in the environment as well.
And how would Glasgow Prestwick Airport find out about it?
They would find out about it through the AIRAC cycle. It's also worthy to note that whilst you have the current AIRAC cycle within the 28-day, the next 28-day AIRAC cycle is visible for the airport to review. And one of the functions within any airport and ANSP and airline for that matter is you will have an administrative function embedded in your organization who actually reviews the next AIRAC cycle for information pertinent to the airport. And it's fairly easy to go through that AIRAC cycle to identify changes that would impact your airport your air navigation service provision or airline.
And suppose option B materialized, which was a wind farm at Clauchrie with an ADSL system. It would still be an en route obstacle. Would it be notified in exactly the same way?
It would be notified in exactly the same way, and there is provision for a comment section within the aeronautical information publication, and I'm assuming that obviously it hasn't happened in the UK, so I have to make an assumption here that under that comment section it'll state that it has a system, an aircraft detection lighting system, so the lighting system will only light when you enter that perimeter. However, it's set up at that stage. That currently takes place. For example, there are existing transponder mandatory zones. In other words, these are zones that are set up where aircraft have to have the required electronic conspicuity to enter that portion of airspace. TMZs, as they are known, transponder mandatory zones, have been around for many years. They documented in the aeronautical information publication, excuse me, and I'm assuming an ADLS would be notified in much the same manner.
Assuming, or rather bearing in mind, that for option B to materialize, the CAA would have had to have granted a permission under Article 222. Is there any reason for an airport to be concerned about the performance by the CAA of its duties in respect of en route obstacles under Article 222?
That's actually, yeah, that's probably getting to the crux of the matter, is that if Glasgow Prestwick Airport have an objection, their objection should be with the Civil Aviation Authority and not with the developer per se over a proposed development with regards to future potential regulations. If Glasgow Prestwick Airport have a concern over ADLS, then their concern should be raised with the Civil Aviation Regulation. As part of new regulations, there is a consultation process that is followed where industry is consulted upon when new regulation is drafted. So, you know, Glasgow Prestwick Airport, as any other airport in the country and airline and general aviation user, will be able to comment on an ADLS draft policy. I'm assuming it'll come out in the civil aviation publication, or it'll form a greater part of the airspace modernization strategy as part of Initiative 11 of the electronic conspicuity. So there are various streams at play, and there's various ways to actually manage the solution moving forward.
Subject to any consultation that may take place between Glasgow Prestwick Airport and the CAA, does the duty as to whether to exercise the power to grant a permission under Article 222 rest fairly and squarely with the CAA?
No, I don't think solely with the CAA. Obviously, there's certain, you know, through changes to the air navigation order, there are processes that need to take place depending on the type of change that is implemented, or whether it's the Secretary of State that brings it in. But certainly that's not my really area of expertise on the legal, what do we call it, the legal process of implementing change through the ANO or the ARP. I do know through the various airspace change proposals that I've personally managed in the UK, there is a defined process that is followed, but that is something that's already published, and it's a process that we follow.
Are you thinking about the need to mandate the carriage of EC devices on aircraft in addition to the granting of permission by the CAA under Article 222?
To be honest, I don't know the answer to that.
I think we've already covered that. You're not a lawyer.
No. Yes, I'm not a lawyer.
I wouldn't see that any further. One final matter. This was a question after lunch from Mr. Brown about the time it would take a pilot to acclimatize to the new system. That is a wind farm with an ADLS system as opposed to one with nighttime lighting. And you thought that would be a fairly simple matter. Is the difference that under the present regime, a light aircraft overflying a wind farm would find the lights on because they were on all night, whereas with an ADLS system, by the time the pilot reached site of the wind farm, he would again see the lights because his presence would have been detected some way off and the lights switched on. So that either way, he would see a lit up wind farm as he flew by.
Absolutely correct. It's almost like a seamless transition, whether it's a 24-hour lit wind farm or a detected system, automated detection system. I suppose in an area of dark skies, the only thing the pilot may see is a glow in the distance as the lights switch on as they approach. But I don't see a glow as being particularly unhelpful, and it may be a way of helping VFR pilots navigate in a dark skies environment as well when these light up. I mean, take for example a pilot who knows they're going to be flying over the Clauchrie development. If they notice the lights switching on, it'll be an indication to them actually they're en route, they're on the correct path, or their flight plan is correct. However, a pilot who doesn't see the lights go on will start to question whether they're potentially lost and would have to do a recalibration of their position to determine, and perhaps in that instance find. So, you know, on that aspect, actually it could be a useful thing to see the glow of lights coming on, knowing that they're on track and they're on the right flight path.
If an aircraft is fitted with an EC device, how does the pilot switch it on?
The transponder box in an aircraft is a very simple system, and it's got 3 settings: off, standby, and on. And you just click it on. Now, if you've got the traditional transponder system, you'd have to put in a 4-digit code that, and the 4-digit codes are listed in the Aeronautical Information Publication under, I think it's under ENR 1.6, but don't take me to court on that one. But the full list of 4-digit codes are listed in the ARP. So depending on the aircraft's flight, and that's why it's very important for a pilot to conduct a flight planning activity prior to flying, is to determine the route and then see on that route what airspace they're going into, what are the transponder requirements entering that airspace, and if there are transponder requirements, what are the codes that need to be activated for that. So for example, one of the codes may be 7,000 or 4,000 or 2,000. The code tells you which airspace you're going to be in, and when an air traffic controller sees an aircraft code flying along, although they don't know the call sign of that aircraft or who the pilot is or what their activity is, they will have an understanding that aircraft, what sort of a flight they are, i.e. are they a general aviation flight, are they emergency flight, or are they a military flight? And it's probably important, this is just background information, For example, if a pilot had a radio communication failure, an emergency, or a hijacking, there are 3 international codes that are used, and those numbers are 7500, 7600, and 7700. And if, depending on the nature of the emergency, if I remember correctly, 7600 is a radio communication failure. The pilot dials in that code, and it'll come up as a flashing target on an air traffic controller's radar screen, and whoever's radar can see that area will see that notification and understand that there's a radio communication failure. So, you know, you can immediately see the benefits and the requirements that pilots need to go through when it comes to using electronic conspicuity.
I think you've already told us that it's mandatory if an aircraft is fitted with EC that it should be used. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct, and that's documented in the aeronautical information publication. Once again, the exact element comes from the air navigation order, so it's not up to the pilot to decide whether they want to switch it on or not. It is mandatory; they are required to do it.
But does that mean it would be part of the normal pre-flight checks?
Correct. In fact, you bring the pre-flight checks. There's also, when you've landed, is to remember to switch it off. There's many documented cases of pilots unfortunately forgetting to switch their transponders off, but certainly part of your pre-flight check and preparation prior to even starting your engines is checking all the equipment is serviceable. And not only if it's serviceable, is once switched it on, is to check that it is communicating. And the transponder or electronic conspicuity does give you a feedback notification to tell you whether it's working or not.
Is there any post-flight check to make sure that it's switched off again afterwards?
I'm not a pilot, but from pilots I do know, and I've got many friends who are pilots. There is a shutdown process that you go through. If anybody's ever seen a movie with pilots in a cockpit, they have checklists, and those checklists are part of your process. And you have a checklist essentially for each element of flight. So your pre-flight check prior to getting into the aircraft, your check in the aircraft, pre-start, post-start, before even rolling to get airborne, you've got checks that you take place. Once you get airborne, you've got checks to complete before you get into the cruise element of the flight. Then you have your before commencing descent, you've got a series of checks you go through, and then you've got to do your checks pre-landing as well to make sure that you know the runway alignment, the airport is correct. There's certain identifiers that you use as part of that. And then once you get into your bay, wherever your parking bay is, and this isn't just for airline pilots, this is for private pilots as well. To do a shutdown procedure and check that everything's safe and secure and logged.
So thinking about the time that it would take a pilot to become acclimatized to the fact that his aircraft was now fitted with an EC device, all he'd have to do would be to switch on EC device on his checklist once, and then it would be followed on subsequent times that he used the checklist, presumably.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trevor. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you very much. So I think we probably, before we have a break, we can fit in your next witness, Mr. Thompson. So if you'd like to go ahead, do you need a few minutes to get your papers together? Or?
Yeah, no, I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Well, if you'd like to go ahead, then we can.
Perhaps a little ambitious, but my next witness is Anne Mackenzie. Now, Ms. Mackenzie.
Yes, I think, yes, I am here. Great. Well, I am here, clearly.
I think that you're Anne Mackenzie, the applicant's senior aviation manager, and that we can find details of your experience set out in paragraph 6 of your inquiry report, which is APP 3.3. Could I ask you then to read your recognition from paragraph 2, please?
Thanks, Mr. Thompson. South Ayrshire Council, SAC and Nature Scott have objected to Clauchrie Wind Farm, which I tend to call a proposed development, on the grounds that night aviation obstacle lighting would introduce intrusive and prominent lights into an area important for its dark skies. Glasgow Prestwick Airport, GPA, in its inquiry statement dated 15 March 2021, indicated that it is not satisfied that the applicant's lighting proposals for the proposed development meet the regulatory requirements under the Air Navigation Order, ANO, 2016, which is CD 9.6, and may compromise the safety of low-flying aircraft in the vicinity of the proposed development. The applicant has proposed a Section 36 condition with regards to aviation obstacle lighting, and this was set out in CD 9.13, which would require the operation of an aircraft detection lighting system, ADLS, together with embedded mitigation of dimming and directional intensity as set out in Technical Appendix 6.2 on aviation lighting, CD 1.5.6 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, and also in the wind farm lighting strategy paper, which is CD 9.12. GPA's experts, Mr. Fido at GPO2 and Mr. Kirkland at GPO4, question the likelihood of UK regulation and policy changing in time to permit an ADLS to be approved in the lifetime of the consent. My evidence to this session of the inquiry sets out the applicant's proposal to mitigate the night visual effects of aviation obstacle lighting by embedded mitigation, that is, dimming and directional intensity, and the installation and operation of an ADLS optimally activated by electronic conspicuity or EC devices in aircraft. My evidence should be read in conjunction with that of John van Hoekstraten. Turning to the requirement for lighting, the applicant recognises that the proposed development must be lit in accordance with the Air Navigation Order, CD 9.6, Article 222, as modified by the CAA policy statement, lighting of onshore wind turbines in generators in the United Kingdom with a maximum blade tip height at or in excess of 150 metres above ground level, dated the 1st of June 2017. And that's variously both at 3.26 and also GPA 63. Applying these requirements result in each of the proposed developments turbines having a 2000 candela steady red light on its nacelle and 3 32 candela steady red lights midway down its tower. The periphery 2000 candela lights will also contain an infrared or IR component to satisfy the Ministry of Defence requirements. The CAA 2017 policy at 2.36 permits the 2000 candela lights to be dimmed to 200 candelas in clear visibility conditions. The applicant has undertaken to deploy such embedded mitigation. The applicant has also undertaken to install lights with a tightly focused beam as set out in the Cirrus Lighting Strategy Report at CD 912. This is achieved by using modern lights by the use of lenses, and that would be an example of the Auger L550, rather than the use of mirrors, which was what you see at Middleton, which was the L450, and the L450 has now been superseded by the L550. This has been confirmed to me by Auger, the manufacturer of those lights. Finally, recognising that these embedded mitigations would not be sufficient to mitigate the dark skies concerns of South Ayrshire Council and Nature Scott, the applicant has proposed a Section 36 conditions with regards to aviation obstacle lighting, which would require the operation of an ADLS to mitigate remaining nighttime visual impacts. An ADLS switches the visible lights on, warning lights on, only for the period during which an aircraft is in the proximity of the turbines. The current draft CAA ADLS guidance proposes an ADLS volume bounded by 4 kilometres laterally from the wind farm, from each of the turbines, and 300 metres above the highest tip, and base of the box being 150 metres above ground at the lowest tip or lowest turbine. Applied to the proposed development, this would see the ceiling of this volume at 3,000 feet above mean sea level, or AMSL, being 500 metres above the ground level of the highest turbine, which is turbine 7, the 200 metres plus 300 metres. An ADLS activated by EC rather than primary surveillance radar, PSR, is advocated as being logistically simpler, as there are no requirements for separate planning for a primary surveillance radar or management of spectrum issues with nearby PSR, more accurate in tracking aircraft through the ADLS volume, so minimising periods of illumination, and more cost effective, so contributing to the reduction of the cost of renewable energy to consumers.
You there for a moment. Does an EC, as opposed to a radar-based system, also have the advantage that nothing is transmitted from the site of the wind farm?
Correct. I mean, well, this is what we have proposed, and this is what the German regulations I go on to speak about later on, but propose that it must be a purely passive system. It listens to the transmissions from aircraft. It does not send out any interrogation pulses, therefore reducing any electronic or any spectrum congestion issue, or reducing that. So, or RF frequency congestion, radio frequency congestion. So there's been no transmission. It would be effectively a passive system listening to aircraft signals.
Thank you. Could I ask you then to resume at paragraph 14, please?
Okay. Carol Anderson, in her inquiry report, NS9, for South Asia Council and Nature Scotland on wildland and nighttime effects, at paragraph 4.17, concludes that, I quote, the installation of an ADLS would appear to be a positive solution to minimising the landscape and visual effects of turbine lighting. Ms Anderson accepts that the low levels of nighttime flight activities over the proposed development would mean that any residual lighting effects would be sufficiently mitigated to avoid significant adverse effects on various receptors. Similarly, Mr Kirkland for GPA, at his GPA 4 at paragraph 32, acknowledges that, I quote, all of the significant nighttime effects from visible aviation lighting of the proposed development may be capable of being mitigated by an EC-ADLS. Only Mr Fido for GPA at GPA 02 at paragraph 4.6.3 appears to suggest that an ADLS would not be effective in mitigating nighttime visual impacts because, on a cumulative basis, there could conceivably be a Mexican wave of lights if a low-flying aircraft transits numerous adjacent ADLS volumes. This overlooks the fact that without ADLS, the lights of these wind farms would be permanently illuminated in hours of darkness. The purported unacceptable cumulative impacts of a Mexican wave are premised on significant low-level flying activity. As noted above, the ceiling of the proposed development's ADLS volume would be 3,000 feet AMSL, which is 2,500 feet below the controlled airspace in which any inbound or departing commercial air transport would be operating. Notwithstanding requests for evidence of airspace usage in the form of radar recordings, none have been provided by GPA which establish any traffic in the vicinity of the proposed development. In conclusion, Mr Fido's concerns about a Mexican wave of lights can be discounted. GPA's the likelihood of an ADLS. GPA's objection to the applicant's proposal to mitigate nighttime visual impacts by using an EC-ADLS appears to comprise three limbs. A, that there is no policy or regulation in the UK currently which permits the operation of an ADLS, and no ADLS has yet been installed in the UK. B, even if an ADLS policy were promulgated, there would remain innumerable barriers to the deployment of an ADLS on safety grounds. C, an EC-ADLS is premised on mandatory EC carriage at night, and GPA considers that it unlikely that night EC carriage will be mandated either ever or within the lifetime of the consent. Turning to 4.1, no ADLS policy in the UK. Addressing the first of these points, the applicant acknowledges that there are no current UK regulations or guidance setting out an ADLS policy in the UK, nor is there any ADLS operational in the UK. A specific CAA ADLS policy, likely to be in the form of a class exemption under Article 222 of the Air Navigation Order, will be required to enable implementation of the ADLS. The applicant has provided details of an ADLS provisions in the US, Canada and Germany to evidence the fact that ADLS, whether PSR or EC activated, are permitted in other jurisdictions and operate safely. On the 29th of April 2021, the CAA responded in App 350 to our letter, my letter of 5 January, which is App 311, welcoming our letter and the CIRRUS report, which is App CD 912, and as, I quote, a timely and helpful input to the ongoing consideration of alternative approaches that can be employed to ensure safe air navigation while reducing the visual impacts of obstacle lighting. The CAA, that's the end of the quote, the CAA agrees that an ADLS may form an acceptable means of compliance with the air navigation lighting requirements. Mr. Fido at GPA 03 paragraph 3.1 suggests there is no evidence that the CCAA is preparing a draft policy or guidance on ADLS. In this regard, it is unfortunate Mr. Fido did not confer with his colleague at Osprey, Senior Consultant Stuart Heald, who, as a fellow member of the Renewable UK's Aviation Working Group, provided written feedback on the CAA's draft ADLS policy in September 2018. Mr. Heald, along with me and other members of the Aviation Working Group, had significant engagement on the issue with Andy Wells of the CAA in 2018-19. Mr. Wells, in his 29 April letter, states that the CAA is, I quote, confident that it, the CIRRUS report, will restart work on a policy for ADLS that will hopefully reduce the visual amenity issues associated with obstacle lights, but not impact aviation safety. End of quote. In response to this, I believe it was reasonable to anticipate the adoption of an ADLS policy in the near term. 4.2, outstanding safety concerns, even if there was or were a UK ADLS policy. This is the second limb, GPA's concerns. Both Mr. Fido and Mr. Kirkland correctly observed that any ADLS will need to be installed and operated in accordance with the relevant regulations and policy. This too is the applicant's expectation, and it is anticipated that this would be the applicant's responsibility. It is expected that the CAA's ADLS policy will address the regulatory issues addressed by Mrs. Fido and Kirkland in much the same way as the US and German regulations and guidance do. A CAA ADLS policy will be cognizant of safety assurance issues. In terms of radio spectrum, whether PSR or EC, this is managed by Ofcom. As I set out in my inquiry report, and as is recognised in paragraph 3 by CAA in paragraph 3 of their 29 April letter, App 350, the advantage of adopting an EC ADLS based on the German model is that A, there would be no proliferation of short-range X-band PSR, therefore reducing any potential spectrum congestion or interference issues as flagged by GPA, and also eliminating the PSR safeguarding requirements. B, the ADLS may not actively interrogate aircraft EC systems, such a passive system not adding to radio frequency congestion. And C, the ADLS would be interoperable with other CNS equipment, i.e. it would be 1090 megahertz compatible, which is the wavelength on which transponders operate, as required under legislation. Mr. Fido and Mr. Kirkland have made much about the failure of the system. As I explained in my inquiry report, in the case of a failure in the detection, the surveillance system, or communication system, the surveillance system talking to the lights, forming those two components of the ADLS, the lights would be illuminated during the night hours, all hours of the night. This is the practice in the US and Germany. It would not be GPA's responsibility to ensure the ADLS operated in accordance with the safe regulations and policy. As Mr. Van Hoofstraten has noted in his recognition, GPA does not have any formal oversight responsibility for the uncontrolled airspace above and around the proposed development. 4.3, mandatory night carriage of EC may not be introduced in a timely manner. The applicant acknowledges that an EC ADLS requires mandatory night carriage in the affected airspace. GPA questions if and when EC carriage will be mandated in the UK. Mr. Kirkland, GPA 04 at paragraph 55, accepts that EC ADLS is very much viable in principle from a technical perspective, but questions whether it will be relevantly introduced to allow the applicant to discharge its planning condition in the necessary timescales. Mr. Kirkland makes much of the airspace modernisation strategy, CD 915 timescales, being extended due to COVID. However, as I explained in my inquiry report, the December 2020 Airspace Modernisation Update Report, which is AP 3.9 or GPA 08, Initiative 11, which is the one about electronic conspicuity mandating, remains on track for delivery and implementation in the 2024 timeline. I'm not quite reading my words, apologies. Further, as the Secretary of State highlights in his letter to, this is the Secretary of State for Transport, highlights in his letter to the Chair of the CAA of 1 December 2020, which is AP 3.21, he, the Secretary of State, considers the need to modernise the UK's airspace remains clear despite the impact of COVID-19 on the programme, and further that the timely and effective deployment of EC is a priority for delivering safety, with modernised airspace being an essential component of the UK's commitment to reach net zero by 2050. It is correct to say that the promulgation of the EC mandate may not result in the implementation in all airspace simultaneously. However, the CAA has made it clear when mandating EC in uncontrolled airspace, it has made clear that mandating EC in uncontrolled airspace from ground to 5,000 feet has the greatest potential to generate safety benefits. Andy Wells, in his October 2019 briefing to the Aviation Working Group, confirmed that the CAA's plan remained to implement the EC mandate first in lower uncontrolled airspace in order to deliver the desired safety benefits for general aviation. The proposed development sits in such low-level uncontrolled airspace. However, for an EC ADLS to be viable, it is only necessary to mandate night carriage of EC. This is an important distinction, as the aircraft which fly at night are more likely to be EC equipped. Drawing on the evidence from the Cirrus study, which is CD 912, of night VFR flight, I suggested in my letter to the CAA of 5 January that a mandate for night carriage of EC in the Scottish FIR, Flight Information Region, could be an interim step and a necessary one to facilitate resolution of the competing government objections. It's actually not objectives, not objections, typo last minute, of safe aviation, renewable energy deployment, and minimisation of unacceptable night visual impacts. So in conclusion, GPA's concern regarding the applicant's lighting proposals are not well founded. One, CAA is actively involved in preparing an ADLS policy in the UK, for the UK. Two, any ADLS policy promulgated by the CAA will address the system reliance and safety requirements noted by GPAA, and any deployment of an ADLS will need to meet these requirements, as they do in the US and Germany. Three, mandatory EC carriage is an integral part of airspace modernisation and a key aim for the CFT Secretary of State. And four, mandatory EC carriage for all UK airspace, day and night the mandate remains on track for delivery by 2024.
Thank you. I wonder if I could ask you just to elaborate a little.
Can I just butt in and ask how long you'll be spending with Miss Mackenzie, or if it would be wise for us to take a 5-minute break now for anyone who needs a short break?
This might be a good moment.
Right. Okay. Well, can we do that then? Just 5 minutes and come back at maybe 3:20? Right, that's 3:20 then. So, Mr. Thompson, if you're there and ready to resume, then please go ahead.
I wonder if I could ask you, please, just to enlighten us about this thing called an en route obstacle and how it relates or compares to any other kind of obstacle.
How this is an en route obstacle.
Yeah.
Yeah. These, well, I take you to, I mean, Article 222, the Air Navigation Order, deals with the lighting of en route obstacles. And it defines an en route obstacle as one being more than 150 metres above ground level, which we are, and not one that is not in the vicinity of a licensed aerodrome and therefore requires lighting in accordance with Section 47 of the Civil Aviation Act. This is in subparagraph 8 of Article 222, which is in 9.6. And in this case, what does a vicinity of a licensed aerodrome mean? It basically means whether the obstacle infringes the obstacle limitation surfaces of the aerodrome. And the obstacle limitation surfaces, depending on the length of the runway, extend out to about 15 kilometres from the airfield. Prestwick's OLS goes out to 15 kilometres. The Clauchrie turbines are between 37 and 40 kilometres away from the airfield. So they are not aerodrome obstacles. By contrast, the turbines at Middleton are aerodrome obstacles because they infringe the outer horizontal surface, which is one of the obstacle limitation surfaces. All these too many acronyms, but of Glasgow Airport, and that's why the Middleton turbines have lights. So the Middleton turbines are officially lit because they infringe being less than 150 metres tall, but they infringe Glasgow Airport's OLS. The Clauchrie turbines, as I said, are 25 kilometres away from the nearest edge of basically Prestwick's OLS. But for what it's worth, in both the Middleton turbines, they're notified, and again, back to their Aeronautical Information publication, the AIP, in a section called ENR 5.4, every month there's an updated list of all the obstacles that are over 300 feet high in the UK, and it's published. And you can download it as a spreadsheet. But in both the Middleton turbines and any Clauchrie turbines will be notified in the ENR 5.4. And if there's a lighting failure, I mean, as the obstacle owner, if we go back to kind of Article 222, it is the obligation of the obstacle owner to light the obstacle and to repair the lights and do such other things as set out in Article 222. Article 222 and 222.3 are the key ones there. So that is what we do. That's what we do at Middleton for the lights. So when there is a lighting failure at Middleton, we NOTAM it. We issue a notice to airmen, and that's a very standard procedure. We have NOTAM'd the we were decommissioning a Met mast in the middle of the southern North Sea from one of our offshore wind farms. Once it ceased to have power, its light went out. So we had to NOTAM that in the period between the light being taken off effectively and the obstacle being taken away. So it's just a standard thing. And if you're doing your flight planning, you will check the NOTAMs on the route in which you're intending to fly. That's essentially what an aerodrome obstacle is versus an en route obstacle. And en route obstacles are under the auspices of the CAA under Article 222.
Could you just remind us what the acronym NERL, N-E-R-L, stands for, please?
I mean, it actually stands for Nats En Route PLC, but they didn't try to not call themselves NERP, but it is Nats En Route. And Nats En Route is the one arm of the Nats group, but it is the regulated monopoly provider of air traffic and license holder of, but it provides the monopoly air traffic control en route air traffic control services. So effectively, the aerodromes have their own en route ATC operations, and above is NERL. And so an aircraft, let's say flying from Prestwick to Heathrow, would first of all talk to the Prestwick controllers, take off, then talk to the NERL controllers, probably be handed over by a number of different NERL controllers on the way to London, eventually get taken down to the London Terminal Manoeuvring Area Control, approach control there, and then eventually down to the guys at Heathrow Airport. And that's the way air traffic control, but that's NERL is the en route air traffic control provider. And that's what the RER in NERL stands for.
Could you just remind us going further back what NATS stood for while it was still an acronym as opposed to a name in itself?
National Air Traffic Services. And it actually was part of the CAA, and it was broken out from the CAA in about 2000 or circa that time.
Could we now turn to think about the ADSL system itself, and in particular the one that we're concerned with, which has an EC device on the aircraft and a passive receiver on the ground. Could you just talk us through what's being proposed and how that compares to the German example, with which I think you have some experience?
What actually I am proposing is what we're going to do for our offshore wind farm in Germany, which is in the German Baltic. It's called Wikinger. But effectively, I mean, it might help in the CD 912. There's a picture of what an ADS-B receiver would look like. It's on page 28 of the Cirrus SPR strategic lighting paper. And it's a picture like that. Effectively, if you see that picture, it is just it's almost like a telephone, mobile phone mast, or the addition of the mobile phone mast. We would probably need to install 2, maybe 3, it depends on the system, but of those on the wind farm, one would probably be on the permanent met mast. Another one, and this is my sense, would probably be on the top of the kind of service building, and we may need to install a 3rd one. And they would just basically be listening stations, and then you'd have redundancy, and that's why you install more than one, to have redundancy. Listening stations, and they listen for basically the EC broadcasts by aircraft in the vicinity. And effectively what happens there is then that detection system goes through and talks to, there's a communication system which then switches on the lights when the aircraft is approaching the box. The initial German regulations, the reason why this is actually such a big thing in Germany is that 3 years ago now, I think, there was a change in regulations to mandate the retrofitting of ADLS to all 17,500 German wind turbines. You know, all of their onshore turbines plus all their offshore turbines in territorial waters. And that was premised on reducing nighttime visual impacts. And initially it was only using primary surveillance radar systems. And we investigated this for Wikinger and in collaboration with the wind farm next door. And we ascertained that actually even what would seem to be a simple application like an offshore wind farm, putting one radar on one substation in the middle of an offshore wind farm would not actually service both wind farms. We were likely to have 2 radars, and that's, I think, leads to legitimate issues of spectrum congestion, which GPA flag. It was also ridiculous. It was very, very expensive and quite clunky because they're rotating radars, lots more things to go wrong, and actively interrogating the airspace. And so much work was done in Germany, and that's where the change to the ABV 2020, which I have alluded to, just remember it's 3.8 app 3.32 actually now allows transponder or EC activated ADLS, and is very clear about it must not transmit, it must not interrogate. Traditionally, an SSR the rotating type sends out an interrogation pulse, which effectively says to the aircraft, who are you? How high are you? And the aircraft's transponder responds, I am here, and this is how high I am. This is reliant on the aircraft. This is the way electronic conspicuity technology has gone, whereby the aircraft just automatically spits out its location using GPS data. So it gives out an XYZ position. It's where it is in space. And that's what is received by the ground-based receiver and processed, and then forms the air picture, which allows the lights to be switched on or off. So we did all the investigation in Germany. Then once the rules changed, we investigated an EC-based system instead. And numerous suppliers in Germany, very much more cost-effective than a PSR option, much less complicated. And Wikinger is in the process of procuring and installing an EC-ADLS, so it complies with its obligations under the German laws to retrofit an ADLS, so the lights can be turned off except for when the aircraft is in the volume.
Does the ADLS receiver receive information from the aircraft as to its height, location, speed, altitude?
Well, yes, it basically, they're not speed, but it's location. And because it's a periodic, so it'll be as an XYZ coordinate, so it's height, easting, where it is in Latin long, eastings and northings, however you like to put it, plus its height, its altitude. And then it actually picks up a scan every 2 seconds, 4 seconds. It tracks the aircraft. It effectively sees where the aircraft moves, and so you get a sense of the track from the aircraft.
Is it pre-programmed to know whether it's necessary as a result of the information received, whether to turn the lights on or not?
Yeah, that's part of the communication system, which then basically then we see an aircraft, the sensors see an aircraft, that part of the system says we see an aircraft, and then it's really a switching mechanism. Is the aircraft above 3,000 feet? If so, we're not interested because it's not going to turn on the lights because it's above the volume of the box. If the aircraft is below 3,000 feet, then we are interested. But if the aircraft is still below 3,000 feet and 8 kilometres away, we will watch it. This is the system. And watch it. And if it is coming towards the 4 kilometre periphery box of around the wind farm, then we'll track the aircraft in. And when the aircraft is approaching the box, we will then switch on the lights. So effectively, the sensor gives the communications control function the relevant data. It discards data that doesn't. It will have seen aircraft at 10,000 feet, but aircraft at 10,000 feet are irrelevant to this function because it's about just switching on the lights. And as we've said in the Cirrus report, the top of the ADLS box for Clauchrie will be 3,000 feet. So it doesn't need to know about, the light system doesn't need to know about aircraft above 3,000 feet. So that's where there's a kind of a decision tree. And if any part of the detection system or that communication controller function malfunctions, then the lights are switched on in the hours of darkness. And there would be obviously a failure mode flag back to our control center through the SCADA system, which would allow our engineers either themselves to go out and fix it up or to call the relevant system supplier to repair. So it ensures that if there's a fault, the default position is lights on, unless the system is fully operating. And systems, if you look at the US and the German regs, and the Canadian ones too, but they actually have a requirement for periodic checking, that the system has to kind of self-check, on a periodic basis, etc. And you have to keep recordings, records of what's been happening and outages and things like that. It's regulated on the same basis that any other aviation surveillance system, or maybe just a surveillance system, aviation systems would be regulated. It's the standard kind of approach to aviation equipment because safety does matter.
The rest an understanding that Scottish Power has been proactive in Germany and equally in the UK, and that is the reason behind the report that was prepared, which is number CD 9.12.
Yes. I mean, yeah.
I think it was sent to the CAA under cover of a letter of the 5th of January this year, and that after various toings and froings, a response was received from them. So momentarily lost, but it's here we are. It's APP 3.50.
Yeah.
The 29th of April. And before that, I think there was a letter from the minister to the CAA.
That was earlier. That was in December last year. But setting out the ministers or the Secretary of State's kind of essentially directions for CAA priorities in the coming year.
And to be blunt about it, Scottish Power is encouraging the government and the CAA to implement this change so that wind farms can be developed without any accompanying difficulty arising from nighttime lighting.
Correct. I mean, if you look at the CD, this is the issue of tall turbine, we'll call it tall turbine lighting, has kind of come onto the agenda in the last 5 years, particularly in the last couple of years, as we are seeking to make, with the net zero climate emergency, seeking to basically maximise revenue generation, I mean, not revenue generation, that's, you could say, a terrible slip of the tongue, energy generation. And yes, we are a company, we will make money out of generating it, energy, but renewable energy generation, and the way you do it most efficiently is by you increase the output of a turbine by a factor of 4 by increasing the rotor diameter. So there has been a move to much larger rotor diameters. Now, naturally, if you've got a 150-metre rotor diameter, you cannot have a 150-metre tip height. So as the rotor diameters have increased, therefore the tip heights have increased. And so that whole move to being kind of more efficient generation capacity, that will also, the other driver of the government is to have reduced the cost of energy to consumers while increasing the amount of renewable energy so we can decarbonise heat and terrestrial transport as well as electricity generation. So was looking at, I mean, this whole issue of how do we, a number of people have objected to the impact of lights on their communities. And as we outlined in the paper, you can do this on an ad hoc basis by doing aeronautical study and then consulting all the airspace users, and it becomes very ad hoc. But that's something which is a problem for the CAA ultimately, because lots of exceptions to the rule means they have to actually justify it to ICAO on their periodic audits by ICAO. And also it just leads to basically consultation exhaustion by all the consultees. And so we were looking for something, a more strategic approach, fully cognizant of the issues that some of the using a primary surveillance radar will give rise to, particularly since the primary surveillance radars used in this application are all currently two-dimensional. So there's like a lot of things to work through, and given the developments, particularly in Germany, where there's been quite a kind of considered move on this, I shared with the CAA the German regulations, and in kind of basically it seems like and I'll say it, a win-win situation. I don't think every wind farm with turbines over 150 metres necessitates an ADLS. For example, if Middleton's turbines were lit because they were taller than 150 metres, for the same reasons that SNH or Nature Scott don't particularly have objections to the Middleton's lights, whether they're at a tip height of 125 metres or a tip height of 175 metres, it should be the same because it's near a built-up area. But, you know, it would just give us an option to ameliorate the nighttime lighting visual impacts while ensuring aviation safety and maximising the ability to kind of generate clean green energy to meet our net zero targets.
Am I right in understanding that there are 2 stages to implementation in the sense that it would fulfill the proposed condition? One is the need to make the carriage of EC equipment mandatory on all planes, including the light aircraft that at the moment tend not to have them. And the other part is persuading the CAA to grant permission under Article 222, which is the provision that at the moment requires the lighting.
Correct. But I'd actually order it in the other way. I'd say, first of all, you need to have that ADLS, some form of ADLS regime under Article 222. So you need that class exemption under Article 2227, which the CAA effectively flags this as being potential under paragraph 4 of App 350, where it says, you know, this could be an acceptable means of compliance with articles. I think it's, yes, they use the word acceptable means of compliance, and that gives you the right to have some kind of lighting system whereby the lights are turned on when the aircraft gets in the box, but you have to have a sensor of some sort to tell when the aircraft is in the box. The second part of that, which could be either primary radar or second or EC. The second part, as you rightly observed, if we want to have EC activated systems, you have to mandate the carriage of relevant EC at night. You do not have to yet mandate it during the day, although that is the direction of travel under the Airspace Modernisation Strategy Initiative 11, and that is again the stated objective of the Secretary of State. But in the first instance, you'd have to mandate night carriage of EC in the relevant airspace. And I suggested that the relevant airspace could be the Scottish FIR, but that again would be something to be worked out through with the CAA.
Would there be other advantages, quite apart from the benefit to wind farms and people in the vicinity of wind farms, if all aircraft were required to carry EC equipment?
Well, there would be, fundamentally, EC is not being driven, or mandatory EC is not being driven by wind farms. We're just kind of a side beneficiary. There would be huge benefits, and it's about aviation safety, and particularly about general aviation safety, avoiding mid-air collisions, reducing airspace infringements, and ultimately probably allowing general aviators who currently find it very sometimes difficult to get access to controlled airspace, even if it's just a transit through a VFR corridor, much greater ability to actually participate in that type of airspace. The other issue, of course, is that we joke about the Amazon drone, but it is about the desire by the government and I think UK PLC for much wider application of unmanned aerial systems, and they are in the lower airspace. And so if you're a general aviation pilot, you're flying along in the lower airspace, you would want, and a drone could be quite small, you would want to actually make sure you and the drone separate each other, stay away from each other, so you don't end up with a drone in your engine, and which is bad for the drone, but much worse for you, especially if you're aircraft only has one engine. So it's that kind of, it's all about aviation safety. It is actually premised. And if you look at the documents that are in the airspace modernisation strategy, but also I think we lodged CAP 1391, whose number has escaped me at the moment. But there's all the documents we've effectively lodged on EC. It's about the recognition of the safety benefits of EC, and that's what's driving this whole agenda. And as I said, being a useful tool to allow the activation of lights at night for wind farms is not the driving feature, but it is a side benefit which I think we should welcome, because we're all moving in the same direction.
Just think about the government's airspace modernisation programme. Am I right in thinking that it's Initiative 11 in that document that refers to this issue of carrying EC equipment on all aircraft?
Correct.
Also right in understanding that the initiative there is for all aircraft to carry it, whether they're flying by day or by night.
Correct.
You said it would be a fringe benefit for wind farm operators if that requirement was implemented. But for the purpose of wind farm operators, would it be necessary only to have EC equipment on aircraft flying at night?
Correct. That is correct. For the purposes of switching up, since lights only need to be lit, so obstacles are only required under Article 222 to be lit during the hours of darkness. Therefore, it is only necessary with any kind of activation system of lights will only be during the hours of darkness. Therefore, EC is only required on aircraft flying during the hours of darkness.
And is there any reason why that couldn't be taken forward in advance of Initiative 11?
There is no reason why it could not. It would be subject to consultation and would have to be promulgation, but effectively a notification in the AIP. But it could be expedited, that in the same way as the airspace above 6,000 feet in the Scottish TMA is a transponder mandatory zone. It's state, yeah.
Is the fact that the government or someone has been providing grants for aircraft to be equipped with EC an encouraging sign, and if so, how and why?
I think it's a very encouraging sign. There was the grant, the rebate system opened was last September and was to run to March, but it's been extended to the end of this September. And if we actually look at what the FAA did in the States, they opened their rebate scheme 3.25 years before carriage became mandatory, and only closed the rebate scheme when carriage became mandatory. So gave their general aviators a good run at having some support to buy EC equipment, which would make them unable to access the relevant airspace. So this piece of work by the CAA, the rebate scheme, is very welcome. It's also interesting if we look at the general response of the general aviation community to it. There has been quite a degree of uptake, and the one kind of outstanding issue that's about interoperability. A couple of the EC devices you can buy using the rebate work on a different radio frequency to the rest. The rest all work on 1090 megahertz. However, those two systems are used entirely by day aviators, like by glider pilots and microlight type pilots and the like, who do not operate at night. And the Electronic Conspicuity Working Group of the CAA, which has basically all the GA, all the interested airspace users in it, and the GA community and the Balloon Association, and the gliders, and this, all the different aircraft, different bodies of aircraft operators. they've been looking very much at basically developing a fully interoperable system, which is lightweight and low power. And that there is good work ongoing, and it's kind of set out in the latest version of CAP 1391, whose number I will have to go and find for you again. And it is reflected also in some of the commentary in the AMS update of 2020, which is CAP 2016, otherwise GPA, sorry, AP 3.9 or GPA 08. So the whole direction of travel is to actually, that the relevant technology is there and the general aviation community is being encouraged to buy it. And the key issue is that, I mean, as I think Mr. Van Hoogstraten mentioned before, the number of aircraft needing to equip is probably diminishing. And if we were going to go to, is it CAP 1726, which again I will find, because I've got it on my screen here somewhere, which was AP 3.15. It's a very simple document which sets out the results of a survey by the CAA of the general aviation community about their attitudes towards electronic conspicuity back in 2017. And even then, 89% of those surveyed said that they agreed that full electronic conspicuity would be beneficial to general aviation safety in the UK. So effectively, I think we're pushing at an open door, and the availability of the rebates basically leave the general aviation community with no excuse not to do it. And the important thing to note here is that the Secretary of State he's a general aviator himself, and he is very much into, well, he would support as much as possible voluntary kind of uptake in the first instance, and only at the end, so it's the carrot and the stick, the carrot of the rebate and the voluntary uptake, and people recognising it's there for their safety, and only very much at the end, the stick of, after a certain date, you must have this or otherwise you cannot fly. And that's where the whole direction of travel of this particular work stream is going in Initiative 11.
Well, that's what I was wondering. In light of all your experience, do you think that it would be reasonable to infer from the existence of these grants and mandates, grants and rebates, that there is an intention thereafter to make EC equipment mandatory? Or do you think that would be an unreasonable assumption to make?
I think that's a very reasonable assumption to make. And it is what, in fact, is stated in the Modernisation Strategy Initiative 11. It is ultimately for a mandate, and the mandate will be in place for 2024. And in my communications with the CAA, I have been repeatedly told the mandate remains on track for 2024.
And again, would it be possible to mandate the carriage of EC equipment on aircraft flying at night only as a separate exercise?
Yes, I believe it is. Yeah, and yeah, as a stepping stone as well.
And presumably that would affect a comparatively small number of aircraft.
Correct. As Mr. Van Hoogstraten kind of indicated, the number of those who fly at night is a much smaller subset than all the general aviation community. And as we found in the survey that Cirrus undertook of the flying community in our paper of 912, CD 912, of those who do regularly fly at night, they were all basically either EC equipped, well, I think they were all EC equipped, but those who might fly without EC, i.e. the military, would be night vision equipped. So this aviation safety would be maintained. And as Mr. Van Hoogstraten explained, the there are additional requirements for people to fly at night. It's not just a matter of kind of grabbing the keys of the plane and jumping in the plane, switching on the engine, jumping in the plane, switching on the engine and turning on the lights. It's a little bit more complicated than that. All flying is more complicated than that, but it's, yeah. So that is also a reason why I put it to the CAA that in fact, this is not a big step to mandate at night, because, and that's why we did this airspace study, was to establish that actually the number of people impacted would be de minimis. And if there is that de minimis number, there is the rebate scheme for them to go and buy what they need at the moment. So it just seems like a win-win situation.
And the pilots would require a night rating for their BLR private license.
Yeah. So that's the thing, is that if you're flying at night, as Mr. Van Hoogstraten has explained, what you have to do before you get airborne at night is there are more steps before you have to get airborne than not the flight planning and all of that. And so that's part of your night rating. You know you have to do it as part of the checklist. And it is your responsibility as the pilot to avoid obstacles. It's not, when you're flying an uncontrolled airspace, you are responsible for the separation of yourself from other aircraft and from obstacles and ultimately the ground.
Thank you, Ms. Mackenzie. Thank you very much, sir.
First to Ms. Jack. Do you have any questions for this witness, Ms. Jack?
No, sir, I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, it's coming up to 4 o'clock. Are you hopeful we'll be able to get through your cross-examination in half an hour or so?
No, sir, I was going to indicate, actually, if I had the opportunity, that I suspect I may be longer than half an hour. And I did wonder, sir, whether you would want to start the cross-examination, meaning that Miss Mackenzie would be in purdah, so to speak, overnight, or whether you would rather make a fresh start in the morning.
I think that sounds better. I'm conscious that we're perhaps haven't made as much progress as I'd hoped today. Would parties be available for a slightly earlier start tomorrow morning?
Yeah, indeed, sir.
9:30 in the morning?
Yes, that would be acceptable to the airport, sir.
Yes, indeed, that would be acceptable.
And Mr. Thompson, would that be okay with the applicant?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, well let's do that. Let's wrap up now then. Sorry, Ms. Jack, yes.
Can I indicate that I'm, given that I've already indicated I don't have any questions for this witness, I also won't have any questions for the two witnesses from the airport. So I may not join you tomorrow morning. So if I'm not here, then please do just continue without me, and don't think that I'm having difficulties connecting or anything. Okay, that's fine. The other thing I was going to say was I am a traditionalist and I do like to hear recognitions read out. I think it is helpful for parties listening in and to set the tone for the discussion that follows. But if I feel that we're running short of time, I may decide tomorrow that we'll dispense with the reading of recognitions if we're looking like we're short of time. So just to perhaps prepare your witnesses for that possibility.
Yes, sir, I'll note that for tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, well, we'll see you at 9:30, those of us who are joining us at 9:30 tomorrow, and we'll wrap it up there. Okay, thank you.